go. DRS Gaming.
Oh, definitely the real soldiers with a changed face altogether. This time we saw the last time itself from National Championship onto the big stage what this complete lineup was capable of doing to winning the PMPL at that very big stage. This time, I guess they have itself in the same potential way to express in the upcoming PMPL.
Exactly. Right now what has happened with DRS is the fact that there was a team name that people loved. There were a set of players that people loved, but both of them were together. But finally, they are now. Because, I mean, the new lineup looks really solid. It's really good on paper. As you said, Rules, he has done a brilliant job in his IGL for the team. But Reaper is another player that we need to mention. He lives up to the name. He's a Grim Reaper in terms of getting those kills. And we expect DRS this time to be as strong or even stronger than they were before. So DRS Gaming, good luck for your PMPL matches. Very high voltage team called High Voltage.
Oh yes, definitely. One of the most experienced team coming out of Nepal. Last time we saw they seem in a big of pickle situation because they heavily lagged in terms of their gun gameplay. But this time, with the addition and the incoming of Assassin, we are going to be seeing a lot different High Voltage altogether.
Exactly, and he's not going to be alone. He has Extreme Praveen to back him up as well. There's Waduji, a very well-known player from Nepal. So High Voltage, all the things that were lacking the last time are fixed with the roster changes, or so it looks like on paper.
Oh yes, definitely. But I feel like somewhere down the line, towards the entry of the zone is where they lack a lot of confrontations. And this time, as we just talked about, a lot of roster changes. This time it is going to be putting them in a complete advantageous spot. So best of luck for High Voltage for the upcoming PMPL.
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean right alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. But welcome to day number 3 of Super Weekend number 2, ladies and gentlemen. The action has gotten quite intense as Stalwart Esports have been pushed down from their podium from the first position to the second spot, and now Esports are leading the entire pack.
Exactly. That pole position has just, been snatched away from them if you just, talk about it. And now we'll have to see if they can, just make up a good comeback because
Yeah.
this has been a thing with Stalwart if you just talk about it. Most of the times they start off on a really good note, but then the competition starts catching up and then they falter down. It's not just about this tournament. We've seen these things happening in the previous tournaments as well multiple times. So I'm pretty sure they'll just, try and understand what's happening, what's the good, bad, ugly, crazy, everything coming up for the team, for themselves, and then again they'll just try to evaluate it. And obviously we have another super weekend ahead of us in a few days that will arrive there as well. Before that, we'll be moving on with the league days of the third week. That gets to one of the most important stuffs as well, that how many chicken dinners can Mongolians still keep on getting?
I mean, that is a pretty big question. I mean, the momentum is going in their favor, so I think the teams are going to be feeling pretty lucky about the matches today as well, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said, today is the last Super Weekend. The last day of the second Super Weekend.
Yes.
Today is the final day for that. After this, we are going to move to the final stages of the league play stages. That is week number 3, where it's just going to be a fight for survival for the teams at the bottom. We'll come back to that a little bit later, because after that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the finals, of course, where the top 16 teams from the league stages will be moving forward and competing for more money and the trophy.
Yeah. I mean, more money with every chicken dinner that just, keeps on arriving. More and more and more right now. But then again, top 16, just like we said, are going to be moving to the finals of Pro League South Asia. That is going to be an important thing as well for all the teams and all the players to just look out for. We'll have a look at the calendar as well. We'll just, understand the scheduling for that.
Yeah.
As if I'm not wrong, obviously, it's going to be 22nd to 24th. That's where we will be. But talking about the prize pool, $150,000 on the line with every winner chicken dinner, just like we said, 1,000 for the team. And as of now, well, so many have had their banks full already.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and especially the lads from Stalwart Esports are going to be pretty happy with the money that they have made during these super weekends itself. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, as we did talk about the finals, so there is the prize distribution for the 16 teams, and it is based on where they finish exactly. Stalwart Esports right now, all right, how many chicken dinners do they have? Quite a lot, in fact. And they have 3 for this week, 3 from the previous week as well. So they already have a huge bank already laid out, and pretty much almost on the verge of surpassing the prize money that's there for the second position, Ocean.
Yeah, exactly. They're just, getting more and more points, in fact, for themselves. Talking about the positions, well, yeah, they are just, coming up there. But then again, it just comes down to me that, IHC, a team that we all know, and we have seen the way, IHC just would want to perform for themselves. But then again, they're kind of struggling up here and there as well. They've had a few good games. In fact, yesterday's last game, that was just an incredible game coming down for a few teams, especially. We talk about Savage, though. I mean, we saw their positionings. ElementriX's players were just on the sidelines, but then again, they could not do much. Maybe they were out of throwables or something at the end moment. And Stalwart, well, their understanding of the positioning was just incredible. You saw that, right? The vehicle that just went in the water in the last game of Erangel, and then from there they got second position. That was just so good. They took that vehicle down around 4th or 5th circle.
I mean, I definitely agree with that play right there, but we have to also sort of regard the fact that it was a little bit of a lucky play as well in the end, them finishing second, because Vibes blundered up their position in that final game, because, I mean, they had a brilliant spot, but, I mean, it was Savage Esports who in the end walked away with the winner chicken dinner in that match, and that is why we see them on the 10th position right now. But ladies and gentlemen, looking at the overall rankings, as you guys can see now, Esports are first, Stalwart is second, but now this is what I want to focus on, Ocean.
Yeah.
IHC and Vibes Esports. I mean, the difference, it is getting closed upon, and especially if you consider the performances from this particular week, Super Week number 2, In total, IHC till now in the last 2 days, 10 matches, have scored 110 points.
Yes.
Vibes on the other side are just 8 points shy. So Vibes
Shy, yeah.
somewhere along the line, they are matching the same level of performance that IHC is putting up. It's just the fact, as we talked about it yesterday, they need the chicken dinner finishes.
I mean, that's what I'll say, right? I told this Nicker yesterday as well. Vibes is a team that has been doing really consistent for themselves. Think about it, right?
Yeah.
Vibes, they are impressive with only one chicken. And that too, they just got in the Super Weekend. They still are managing to just get good numbers for themselves. Deadeyes Guys, on the other hand, we know it's kind of a second name for consistency. Hope they keep on performing that, but then again, we still call them dark horses because we know sometimes choke does happen with those players. So we just hope that should not happen now, as they'll just we hope they do not do it. And then on the other side, think about it. JyanMaara, well, they're there. TRZ.
Yep.
Now they have a good safe spot for themselves. They went down to top 16. Now they're at 15th. Venom Legends is going to be their next target, but in order to surpass Venom Legends, they only have today's day.
I mean, definitely, as you said, they only have today's day, and also the fact that JyanMaara are going to be blocking their way, standing in front of them like a wall. It is not going to make things easier. But on the other side, I mean, if you're talking about pressure, TRs, you will be under quite a lot of pressure. But I think Atrax and High Voltage, they are in a fight of their own. Atrax, we again are not seeing the same performance that we saw from them during the second league play days, which was absolutely incredible. But now it seems like it's the same team that we saw in week 1 that failed to qualify for the Super Weekend, which is a big no-no from like basically everyone that's supporting the entire team. And High Voltage, they do have a head start, but High Voltage needs to focus on, they have 5 games to find their way into the top 16. Otherwise, 1952 in the next week can cause a lot of trouble for them. And if High Voltage do make it into the top 16 at the end of today, I think it is going to be a little bit more comfortable for them when they start playing their matches for the next week, which is going to be the final week.
Exactly. That is going to be the final week, right? If you're not qualifying at that time, imagine, all right, let's just, think about it in this way. Imagine if A1 Esports qualifies in that one. Let's just say, right? Obviously, we know getting in top 16 might just be out of the question, maybe.
Yes.
But then again, what they can go is just, go YOLO for all the 15 matches and maybe get a good chunk of the prize money for them. So, like something like that might just, come up for a few teams. So we'll have to see if that happens or not. But then again, as of now, this is the most important comparison that we're going to be just going up for in front of us, Stalwart and Seal, because Seal now they have gained that momentum as well as the points for themselves. And think about it, right? Numbers, so many numbers coming up.
I mean, you want to talk about numbers? I mean, I'm just going to talk about the performances that these teams have had in the 10 matches that they've had. And yes, I mean, as you mentioned, survival. On average, Seal Esports have had a better record, even though Stalwart Esports have secured those 3 chicken dinner wins. It's just the fact in the matches where both of the teams are underperforming, Seal Esports were just slightly a little bit more present in the matches, just securing those extra eliminations.
Wow, the way these players are performing. So talking about Seal, right? It's not. I mean, it's not about the understanding that they have for the zone. I mean, they always try to go for the good fights for themselves. Stalwart, meanwhile, we saw them taking good fights as well. But then again, I would still say I am a believer that Seal can stay on the good ground. Talking about this chicken dinner was such a brilliant chicken dinner coming down from them, from a low ground, taking down the players on the higher ground. This was one of the most phenomenal chicken dinners that we have seen in this this PMPL, in fact. And talking about Stalwart, right? We know these players are capable. We know what Action can do. We know what Top can do. We know what Picker can do. So it all comes down to both the teams in one of those factors that, nothing. They are not doing anything wrong. It's just about some games are good, some games are bad. Sometimes you go first, sometimes you go second. And yesterday, it was not exactly Stalwart's day. I'm saying not exactly because, well, they still had a chicken dinner to start off with.
Exactly. I mean, even yesterday's matches, as you mentioned, they started off with a chicken dinner, but then we saw them fall off in a troublesome situation wherein in the very next game they got eliminated 9th with just 3 eliminations. After that, it was an 8th place exit. Then it was just Stalwart Esports out of the game before it even started. 16th place exit in the next match. And in the very last game of the day. They did manage a top 2 finish with 6 eliminations, nothing too shabby, but Esports on the other side were a little bit more consistent, wherein their worst performance throughout yesterday's matches was the first game where they were eliminated 7th with 1 elimination point. Apart from that, there were 2 second place finishes, as you can see, for match number 8 and match number 9. Match number 7 was a chicken dinner win for them, so it's always obviously the peak right there that you see. But still, it is going to be quite interesting to see how do these teams go up against each other today, because there is a point average difference between the teams as far as only week 2's performance is considered. Esports sitting at 131, Stalwart Esports at 113.
We're talking about these teams, right? I mean, for them, just like we said, it's not going to be an issue. Nothing is going to be an issue for them, right? They know how they are playing. They know the game plan. Seal, in fact, so this is what we talked about yesterday as well. I mean, every time we see a different team just surpassing their previous competitors, that's what this tournament is all about. And when we talk about Mongolia, right, the competition, they feel that they are their own competition. That's the way they like to play, right? Think about it. Sometimes it's IHC that's just topping up the charts, then we come down to Stalwart, then we come down to Seal. So they feel like they have their own competition amongst themselves. But talking about the players, if we say from IHC, it's Alex, the young lad, the young blood, the new one. And on the other side, it's Demolition coming up from Seal. Think about it, right? They have similar damage received, similar damage dealt, kind of decent knocks, good eliminations, and a pinpoint survival time as well. That's how similar. Think about it, right? Alex, a new young blood, is just performing by far, like, with the competition itself.
I mean, he's doing quite a phenomenal job, as you mentioned. I mean, time and time again, we have talked about this young player having one of the best debuts that we have seen from an individual. And especially considering the fact that he's playing for one of the biggest teams to have been a part of the South Asian circuit. So that, along, like, if you are playing for a lineup like with that sort of a caliber, you are going to feel a mental pressure to perform. And if you even have one bad game, sometimes people can panic, but not the case with Alex. Every single time has been very consistent. Unless the entirety of IHC are wiped out earlier on, Alex and Godless somehow do manage to find a way to make those mini plays inside of the matches, inside of the squad fights, and secure an extra few points for their team. And I think that is the thing that has kept IHC in such a consistent position within the top 3, from where, I mean, we can potentially see them competing with Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports, but there is still a big difference in the points that the teams have, and I'd say they need to be more consistent. I mean, just backing off from the aggression pedal is not going to be enough. You have to think about those mid-game rotations, because even yesterday, when I think, Ocean, you were going to agree with me on this, there were moments when we saw them control the summit of Everest, the Georgia Pole Hill, quite nicely. They were doing a phenomenal job, but when it came time for them to actually rotate out of it, they wouldn't. They would just stay there and get pinned down.
They like to go for those, slow pace gameplays. In fact, for themselves only sometimes. They like to have that slow pace for them, and that just works quite good for them, to be very honest. But then again, if we talk about today's day, as it is going to be the last day of second Super Weekend coming up, a lot of things are going to be taken into consideration. And starting off, it is going to be the schedule that always stays the same in the Super Weekends. We start off with Erangel, moving on to Miramar, then Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. What goes around comes around. That's what Justin Timberlake said.
I mean,
it is a good song, though. Have you listened to this one?
It was a good song. I mean, I've heard it when I was like, what, in the 4th grade or the 5th grade?
Yeah.
It's very old.
Yeah.
We all remember that hairstyle.
Oh. Yeah, that's actually true. But then again, I like his mirrors more. But then we'll see if teams can have their reflection on the game for themselves, because that is important. And Erangel is where we start off. We've seen weird circles as well, Johnny. I mean, we've seen circle that went down to Miltapar yesterday. That was a good circle. Then we've seen circles that just go down to, what is it, like the Query sides. We've seen northern circles and like lots and lots of things. But what I'm still missing is a dedicated southern circle, right? A dedicated military circle that just goes on. Because yesterday we kind of almost had a southern circle, but then again the bridge sides area, like yesterday's last game, coming down to the water lines and all, we saw those circles. But I want a southern circle. I mean, come on.
I mean, the Southern Circle is going to be very fun to watch right now since the teams do expect the Northern Western meta of the Circle to continue. Not exactly meta, but that has been the trend these days. Uh,
Yeah.
I would also like to see a Southern Circle, but I'm not too upset with the way the games on Erangel in particular have been going. I mean, the zones have been quite interesting. If we have a central zone, it's going to hard shift like within the second
Yeah.
circle as well. Second or third shift is going to be a hard shift. So that has been quite interesting to watch because no one expects that. Usually you are expecting a hard shift after, well, what, on the fourth circle or on the fifth circle. That is when you expect craziness to happen. But this time, I mean, the zones have been quite interesting to watch. Along with that, I think again another important thing is going to be the fact that we have seen a few key teams change their drop locations at random moments, specifically on Erangel.
Yeah.
One thing that has, like Raw has been trying to do is trying to see if they can survive by avoiding IHC for the control of Georgia Pool containers and the Georgia Pool city, sort of a conflict that's been going on, and it sort of worked out for the players of Raw, but unfortunately for them, the one game they decided to not go towards Georgia Pool
You know,
is the one game where the circle went there. So kind of an unfortunate moment, but they had a good early game in that one.
but then this actually gets me to the conversation. Obviously, we are starting off with the Erangel right now, but
Yeah.
then again, yesterday TRZ took a fight against Deadeyes Guys in Sanhok for
Yes.
starters, and like the early fights, Deadeyes Guys, it seems like they have finally found up a good home for themselves because for them, apart from all the games that they were playing, Sanhok was the only bad game.
Yeah.
Other than that, the team is consistent. They are doing super good. They have had only minor bad games, but other than that, they have had really good games. So yeah, I'm hoping to see more and more coming up from this team on the map of Sanhok as well. And then if we talk about TRZ, we talk about Phantom, right? These are pretty good names to be honest right now.
Yeah.
They're just coming up into the competition. They're doing really good for the competition, and well, everyone is liking that about these teams.
I mean, definitely. TRZ have been quite decent as far as their run in the Super Weekend is considered.
Yeah.
And especially considering they had a decent first day and then second day was off to a slow start. So we saw them struggle for a while and then we saw them sort of be a little bit more consistent. I think, again, TRZ, as we noticed about them, they do have a strong start to the day. I mean, the first game, they're just going to go ham, pick up a lot of points from that very first angle. But the second game onwards is where we see the follow. Today they have to be consistent because TRZ are, at this point, they are not just competing to stay in the top 16, they're also competing to build up a few extra steps going into the finals. And Ocean, it's time for our own mini game. We have the player cams.
I am trying to find someone if I can, trying to see someone if I can. It seems like now everyone's getting onto that serious mode probably, I don't know. But someone's actually fixing someone's cam in Stalwart side. You see that, right?
Yeah.
The cams are getting fixed. 100%.
Adjusting the
That's,
focus, I guess.
yeah, adjusting the focus. They need that focus in the game as well. That's important. Talk about it, and other than that, nothing else. A few of the players, were just trying to just groom themselves before the game starts. I know how that's
Do
gonna
you
happen. But
reckon,
then,
Ocean, it's a little early to bring out the food? I mean, it's the first game of the day, right?
yeah, maybe in a while. But talking about this game, we have a southern flight path coming up.
Oh, wow. Imagine a Southern Circle at this point. It's going to be pretty amazing. And we know what happens when it's a Southern Circle. The lads from Esports, Stalwart Esports, probably congratulations being exchanged between teammates, of course. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as this flight path is starting from Promos, going all the way towards Milta Power. And that means T2K, this is what I was about to say, that T2K will have to go for a switch up. And in fact, they are landing on the military island.
Yeah, they are landing down to the southern side of the military base. In fact, that's one of the prime locations where they like to drop down and just stay down on those areas. We'll see though what happens when the circle forms up. ElementriX, they like to go for their own decent split. That's where they are right now. IHC looks like they will go to the Georgia Pole area by picking up a few vehicles here and there. That's going to be one of their game plans, in fact. Skylightz on the areas of Pochinki. Yesterday, we saw a few players of Seal, in fact, coming down to Pochinki, but then Skylightz was able to just take them out. But then this is all right. This is a crossroad circle, the circle that just forms up around the shelter area and those 4 crossroads.
Well, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting because that is also, again, quite an exposed position. But talk about being exposed. I wonder what the players of Savage Esports and High Voltage Esports are going to be thinking, as it's not just 2 teams, by the way. Right underneath High Voltage, you're going to see a very light purple outline. That's Deadeyes Guys, who are looking to go towards the Rozhok position. So, uh, just because these teams do, in fact, prioritize their northern drop locations quite a lot, there is a slight possibility of an early game fight. And yeah, I hear gunshots. It's DE versus High Voltage, with a very heavy advantage in the early stages. 2 pickups secured, make that 3. And Deadeyes Guys, they're down to their last player as soon as the game started, Ocean.
Oh my god, this is happening right off the bat, and this is not looking good. Well, for High Voltage, it's looking the best right now. And so it's like, call an ambulance, but not for me. That sort of a situation has happened already. High Voltage, now they're moving away, but then again, the damage has been done. Maybe for a buggy? Alright, yes, they are going to go for this buggy for themselves, but High Voltage, I don't know what is up with this team. Yesterday you saw, right? This team took a brilliant fight coming up with the players of Skylightz. They took down Skylightz 2 times. This time they start off and they take down Deadeyes Guys as multiple players, and Fragboy is just left down. You can see it in his face. He feels the pressure. He feels the intensity. He understands that someone might just be quite close to him, but now he sees it and he understands that the players have moved forward. It's your own teammates' create, man. I mean,
I mean, do we call them crates now, or do we rename them and just call them like treasure boxes? Treasure chests.
Yeah, you treasure chest of your own teammates. Quite a good one. I don't know.
I mean, they look like treasure chests, so we're just gonna call them treasure chest. I mean, it's gonna be perfect if we say looting treasure chests at this point, because that fits. We'll figure it out. We still have a while. The day just started. It's just the first game, and I mean, I was hoping that we were going to have a little bit of a more intense fight between the Deadeyes and High Voltage squads, but High Voltage having the advantage in the fact that they caught Deadeyes Guys completely off guard, unarmed as well, and had 3 easy pickups for themselves. And as the teams do, in fact, have the opportunity to go towards their drop locations right now, High Voltage have settled down on the southern side of Rozhok towards the school apartments where they usually go. And the last player remaining from Deadeyes Guys, which was Fragboy, has in fact started to move towards Rozhok alone.
Actions moving top is out there as well, and it looks like he's just, around getting some loot here and there. Mafia Ninja in the areas of poaching. Good areas, obviously, they like to have it for themselves. Around 5 minutes in the game, and Seal is trying to take up a fight with T2K as Legend is taken down. Now, that's a big one. That's a big one. Legend getting out of T2K right now. Oh, where are the other players? Where is that backup? I mean, you understand, right? This is a fight of a military base area, which, I mean, just think about it, right? That area, an area that should not be in a fight as of now viable, because what is it, like 1200 1300 meters outside the zone, players have to make up their rush for the circle, and then this happens. I don't know what happened, because you see Seal going down south. That happens rarely.
Yeah, I think while dropping Seal Esports might have realized that, all right, it's a southern trajectory. There's only one team. Even Ocean, you called it. Like, this is sort of a pattern for T2K as well, and maybe Seal Esports were out there looking for a hunt. But T2K just outsmarting them, completely making them miss their marker, and also wasting their time going towards the southern edges of the military island when they could have just crossed the military bridge, avoiding any sort of collision with T2K and ElementriX at the same time. But let's see, there is going to be a bridge situation right now. In a few short moments of Seal Esports have finally changed their direction and focused on the fact that they need to get to the main island as well.
Yeah, they definitely need to just get to that area for themselves. I mean, that is important to take up a decent fight, right? So they would want to. And then right now, if we just talk about teams and everything that just constitutes them, we know Stalwart's going to go for a really, 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 really slow rotation for the starters. Then they'll move forward. But T2K, I believe the day is not going to be good for them. ElementriX is just right around the corner. And if they try to go for a reverse gear, well, then it's going to be Seal to seal the deal.
Well, let's see. Can they seal the deal? In fact, as T2K, they are all regrouped once again On the other side, though, JyanMaara, once again, like always on Erangel, will have a pretty chill time in the early stages of the game. Them and Savage Esports, as the teams are completely isolated. IHC, the only team towards Georgiopol right now. Quite an easy rotation for them to move straight up into the circle. Won't face any resistance before they come towards the Rozhok Puchinki line, because that is where a big cluster of the lobby
Oh,
is
Jane.
positioned towards. But look at this, Jane from T2K spots out Incus in the buggy, and wait, has he been spotted? No, I guess.
Oh no, Incus! What is happening? Jade could have just taken him down, but that did not happen. From the other side, the backup arrived, but Incus takes down one more. He will go for a heal onto himself, and now Sandesh is the last one surviving, and I believe he has spotted down Sandesh as well.
Yeah.
He understands. He's giving the call-outs. He knows Sandesh is just, running around. Jane wanted to say hi, but he wanted to say bye. And on the other side, ElementriX, Liquid is coming. He switches his seat to take down the player. What a brilliant IQ play! But now Liquid understands that he's out in the open. Sandesh will want to go for the finish because that's a desperate finish coming down from Sandesh. And now Sandesh will actually just go away from this area. Oh, that kerfuffle.
Oh man, that was a big blunder. I mean, ElementriX, they started off the fight quite nicely. Have to give props to Incus because he was caught off guard by Jane, but managed to hit a dink with the very first few shots that he fired. And from there on out, he had the position under control. But then a free trade being given by ElementriX, I think, is the thing that can backfire in the latest stage of the match, as the team has now been reduced to just three players. Remaining. T2K on the other side are just left with 2 in the lobby. And look at Phantoms versus High Voltage now. High Voltage, they're not looking to stop Phantoms. 2 players out here, and both of them are going to be finished off. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, that's the first quad wipe of the game, as High Voltage have wiped out the entire squad of Phantoms in the school building.
I mean, Johnny, this High Voltage, it's phenomenal. The way this High Voltage right now is playing, right? Already, we are still left with 53 players. They have 6 eliminations for themselves already. They took fight with Skylightz yesterday. I've talked about this before, right? They took multiple fights with multiple teams. It seems like they don't care whosoever's in front of them. They would want to take up a good fight. Right now, they're in the zone as well. They have such a good area. Skylightz is trying to hold the center line. CRG from the backside. This is a very good shift.
Well, let's see. This is, in fact, quite a decent shift. Is going to make a lot of the teams rethink about their position prioritization in the later stage of the match. But look at Stalwart Esports now, still on the military bridge, playing quite slow this time around. And I think that that is due to the fact they anticipated the sort of play that ElementriX was making, and T2K were caught in that trap. Stalwart Esports did not have to engage in that, because of which now they are quite freely allowed to move towards the edge of the circle, towards the, well, almost till the southern farbs of Puchinki. But let's see, IHC, you see them closing in from the northern side, but it's not going to be an easy rotation. There are a lot of teams standing in their way.
Yeah, there are. And talking about if you feel like it's a good summer to go for a swim, you might just find yourselves an AWM and an 8X. Like, imagine 2 good things coming up for the players if you would want to go for it. Had I known, was I playing in this lobby, I would actually just, go for that weapon, to be honest. But right now, Action is going to go for a rampage of his own self as he takes down one of the players from JyanMaara. But it looks like the other players are coming forward as well, as one shot is what it will take to take Action down, as he was on low HP. And now Stalwart's players needs to understand how important this is. Look at Stry just coming in to take up a fight, to take up the part of the fight right now. Suzanne is going to go with nade. Imagine if that nade connects, because it looks like it might. Action would be on a critical HP after this one. Already saves himself from that nade. But Stry has been spotted down. He's been spotted, but Suzanne needs to look at his left. His left hand side. There are players on that area. Yes, now he sees them as Top is taking on low HP. But from the backlines, no fear. JyanMaara, what a brilliant setup. What a brilliant setup. Gunner comes from the backside as well. So many players arriving. Stalwart might just be in a bit of a pickle situation. But then again, Top goes down. It's only one player remaining from Stalwart. But DRS just comes in to just take a part in this fight. But JyanMaara just came up with a brilliant setup against Stalwart. They never expected this.
I'm mad at DRS right now for ruining JyanMaara's moment. But hey, it's fine. It's a game. Rules, he's trying to secure those points. Does find one, as no fear is going to be finished off. Stalwart Esports on the other side, they're thinking about how they want to recuperate from this, because Pika is going to have to go for very quick revives on his teammates, and it's not going to be easy. Just one grenade being lobbed by Susan can end it all for the lads of Stalwart Esports, but Susan, he's going for a push. Pika is not too far away. Susan, he has a lot of cover in front of him, reloading the AKM. Again, is going to outspot them in 3, 2, 1. That's the final bullet, and Stalwart Esports are also out of this match, and by the hands of JyanMaara have they taken this exit. But DRS, this is their moment to strike. Rules, he needs his teammates over here. It's a 1v2 for him right now.
Oh my god, the way teams are getting taken out right now. Think about it, right? What a game to start off 12 minutes into the game. Ladies and boys and girls, think about it. 12 minutes into the game, and we are looking down on only 14 teams. Most of the times, Johnny, we see all 16 teams surviving till the 18-minute marker as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Skylightz, they left poaching and the zone goes to poaching.
Oh man, this match is just filled with a lot of backstabs to the players. Not by us, not by each other, but by the game itself.
Oh my god, what a different sort of a game. Look at Seal! Look at Seal just taking a beacon and just running inside the circle. Vibes from the north side as well. That is really good. I love the way Vibes like to rotate, you know, nowadays. One player can be actually taken down with a spray, but then the spray actually did not connect down onto the players. That dip would be a potential cover right now for JyanMaara, and DRS is trying to just understand what they can do. Dartrex on the back lines, although I don't think so DRS is going to just, worry about it, because one of their players can actually come in from the backside, and DRS can sandwich Atrax if they play their cards right, but I don't think so. Are they going to go for a Atrax fight? Because all the players are in this house, and by the looks of it, DRS has a 3-1 split for themselves.
Well, let's see. That split is going to work out for the team. They do have to move quite a distance to be inside the circle, and we all know how crowded Pochinki is about to get. The last time the circle was anywhere close to Pochinki City, IHC walked away with the win. Talking about just this PMPL. But let's see if they can replicate that once again, as Vibes seem to be the first city inside of the city, inside Pochinki, and Skylightz Gaming, they had quite a decent control of Potato Hill, but as you called it, Ocean, I mean, they are going to be pretty upset about the fact that as soon as they abandon Pochinki, the circle moves there, and it's not going to be easy to re-enter the vicinity as they thought. But look at this, IHC in a world of hurt. Savage Esports, they have their number now, and have in fact found an important knock on Zeol.
They definitely do. They have that area for themselves. In fact, Godless already is going to go for that revive. That is happening. Savage, just like we said, they are trying to go for the good fight. And we know one thing, as a matter of fact, IHC likes to take these hill contestations for themselves. Oh, Godless, he barely survives. And a few good nades were coming up, but Hershey takes on Godless. This is a green signal. This is actually a green signal for the team to just, move forward. But IHC, they'll want to disengage right now as the zone's not there. Fragboy is coming in from the back lines. Obviously, he's the last man surviving from the team of Deadeyes Guys. He's outside the circle facing the Wrath right now. Needs to go for the placement points. That's important. Zeol on the other side is moving forward. That means the team is losing on Godless now.
Well, let's see. This is not looking good for IHC, and again, all of the biggest names are taking a tumble in this match. As you can see, Stalwart Esports is grayed out, T2K, they are out of this lobby, and IHC is going to be the team following them next, as Godless is finished off finally. 8 seconds, and the zone is about to close. Zeol, IC, and Alex are all that remains, trying to spray down the players of Savage Esports before they move into their positions, but it's not going to be easy. The players are quite quick in those buggies, and Zeol, he's trying his level best to see if he can even find one knock out in the blue, but that is not going to happen. And IHC, they have to think about themselves, think about their rotation on the other side. Dax getting pushed by the two players from JyanMaara, and Susan and Gunnar. Look at this, just Susan left, and he in fact has an opportunity to secure this final pick on Octopus, but he has to do it now. No healing utility available, and Spiky with a shot from the UAV is going to shut him down.
Another team, Johnny, 16-minute mark, and we're down to 12 teams already. Now, 8 to 12 gets you 1 placement point, but it looks like IHC might just be in a bit of a troubling situation as Vibes is trying to charge on them. Look at this jiggle. Oh, he wanted to just, climb those stairs, but then the Molotov was doing its own sweet, sweet job. This time he goes with a molly of his own, and Alex, well, he's not going to survive the wrath of that one. That means IHC, they're going to be losing 1 more player.
Well, let's see. 1 more player. Back to the lobby. Zeol and IC. All that's left standing between IHC and their worst performance in this PMPL. Do have quite a decent position, but they are surrounded. DRS on the other side taking on the lads of Raw. Skylightz Gaming have their spot secured in this Pochinki City. Vibes, they are pushing forward, trying to finish off the lads from IHC, but look at how quick the players were to move out of this house, and in fact, they are now a couple of houses on the other side of Vibes who have missed their opportunity to secure one of the biggest squad wipes right now. But let's see, as the lads of IHC are running in the opposite direction, there is only so much room for you to move in. And if you get away from Vibes, well, you're moving quite close to Savage.
Vibes, yeah, they are. And this zone coming down to a city, it's always a treat to watch for the players. As for there are multiple houses to just take covers, multiple places to just stay, and all those things. Right now, I don't think Sokazi can be saved, because obviously you're not gonna just move out in the open with the smokes and all. And obviously the shots are being taken down as Delta finishes down Kazi. Assault is just here. He's trying to spot down someone as well. Nemesis on the sidelines right now. So Raw, definitely they've lost on their players, but I'm surprised by Deadeyes Guys. They are still surviving in this area. They'll at least get 1 point now. At least 1 point is what they'll get. Oh, and it was spotted down by Zeol. Took down a few shots on him, but then again, they're still surviving. Nothing's happening, but Spike goes down. Atrax, they need their last player to be to just stay alive, because again, points are needed.
Well, yeah. It's going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, they do find those points for themselves. But again, about to reach a little bit of a dull moment inside of the match. 18 minutes in, 11 teams, 35 players surviving. And while the majority of the teams have, in fact, found their way towards the city compounds, a number of the other teams are just holding towards the eastern half of the map. TRZ is there, DRS is there, the lads from Raw, High Voltage, ElementriX, all of them are just holding towards the eastern half of the map. And I think, yep, now it's going to be their time to shine as the circle moves away from the city. Not entirely, but it's still towards the edges. And IHC, Vibes, Savage Esports, all these teams are going to be forced to move in the eastern direction. On the other side, though, ElementriX, it looks like they have one of their players knocked out. Let's see if they can recover.
We'll see, if they can or if they cannot in all of these situations. Water is going to go for a few shots. Inkas is just down out there, and he will be taken down 100%. Water gets that elimination for himself. ElementriX is the last player, just onto the backlines. Mark, they have 2 players surviving for themselves, sorry, but then again, they're still struggling with the blue, and they have to mark their place inside. Assassin looks like he'll go for the loot, probably in that smoke. Vishal might just catch a good grenade onto him. Oh, it was there, but then it was not exactly on him. Mafia Ninja, he calculated a lot, but then LHS was not equal to RHS.
Well, I mean, just left calculating and not enough of the execution, I guess. But I think Motion, you would say no marks for depth, I guess. That's what you would say in a scenario like this.
I'm not that bad of a teacher. If you can just get me the concept.
You're pretty damn strict.
Yeah, that's true as well.
I've seen you scold people for their like getting bad grades.
Yeah. And then there are a few talents that just don't even go to study. But then again, who's counting? ElementriX already is out right now. 10 the team surviving. 31 players alive right now. Zol, he's out in the open. The Molotov's on Gyals, and he needs to survive. He needs to survive, but he's burning down. The damage of that Molotov is just around there. And now Zol, he has a good grenade, but imagine if he messes up. All right, he just cancelled that nade. IC wants to move forward as well. Varu's out in the open. IC is just around that house as the circle leaves the city.
I mean, that's going to be hilarious if IC picks up Nima right there, because Nima got into that house thinking it's going to be completely isolated, which to be fair it is, but he did not account for the fact that there's another man standing on the other side of the wall. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how does in fact Skylightz Gaming fall back. Nima has disengaged, moved to another position, is targeting the players of Savage Esports, and well, they know exactly where the lads from Zeus are waiting for them now. Since a lot of utility is being lobbed towards Nima, and the other players from Skylightz Gaming are waiting for the lads of IHC to expose themselves. Zeol and Icy, they're on this, but oh, taking a massive nade to the face. Zeol's HP is going to be low, but he does not care since his teammate is finding those pickups. And now it's going to be up to Galzin to see if he can trade this out. Trade out the pickup that has the point that has been secured by the lads from IHC, and there it is. There's the opening from Mafia Ninja's nade, and the second one is just going to end it all. IHC taking an exit on the 10th position. Well, they're not going to be alone. High Voltage is going to be following them soon, and down to 8 teams we are. 25 players still surviving. Sealy Esports, they're still here in this match, so kind of a good position for them to be in. Now they can just capitalize on their lead and make a safety cushion for themselves in the overall rankings.
Make it 7 and 23 as Raw also just gets out of the lobby right now. 23 players are surviving as the zone moves out in the open. Imagine the pressure that you'll just be facing right now, if you're in the open grounds, because you can be spotted down, shot down from every single possible direction that you can think of right now. That's the pressure of the circle. Vishal on one side of this tube, and you can see obviously Vibes players just taking this dip for themselves. They are trying to take down any team that just comes out in the open. Meanwhile, Seal has a really good really good dip for themselves this area. On the other side, it's TRZ. Again, this team, they will always amaze you with their positionings, right? I still cannot get over the fact that we could not see that team in the last Super Weekend. But then again, look at Eisenberg. One shot is all it takes, and he takes it. But then, it did not take anyone's life.
Well, let's see. Savage Esports, they're still trying to find their position. Just one elimination secured, even though they have been part of the action for all this time. And now finally finding the opening against the players of Skylightz Gaming as Mafia Ninja was knocked out. They're thinking about moving in, but they have to be extremely careful since Seal Esports is right behind them. And Seal Esports, they are split up. Look at Demo, he's trying to see if he can pick off the players from the side of TRZ. Manish is going to lay down a smoke so that he can at least create a soft cover for himself and his teammates and defend against the push from Demo. They have sort of deterred him from his initial thoughts and the action that he was about to take regarding that. But how long can you survive this? How long can you deal with the pressure that's being put on by the players from Seal Esports? Baron is also trying to position in a way from where he can clear the front lines, while the other lads can, in fact, just see if they can wipe out TRZ before they move out of this dip. And Manish is going to be the first target. The next one is going to be Parthi in the vehicle. Does get knocked out. Manish is going to be down as well. Now Storm, the last player surviving, is running out in the open in between smokes. And will he make the run for his life? Well, he's still surviving.
Oh, definitely. They are surviving. Demo's trying to take down a few players. Oh, the shots are not connecting probably as of now. Seals players, they are trying to move forward. Demo needs to heal, but the zone's coming in on that player. Wall is just around that area. Now Demo just, understands that Circle's damage is going to be a lot, so he needs to heal again. Baron would be taken out as well as TRZ is just, trying to take up good fights for themselves. And look at this Demo. His last first aid. Then he has to get out in the open. And obviously that would just, mean him being taken out as there are a few shots being taken down, and there it is. He just takes a leap of faith, but then it was just a jump of death.
Well, let's see. Nima is still present in the trenches. DRS doing a phenomenal job in this match. 10 eliminations secured by the team. All 4 players standing strong. And look at this. Killer YT is moving forward, has the number of the team of Vibes, and he's looking to finish them off. But DRS, they're focused on their rotation, on their position inside the circle, just barely outside the edge. 7 meters is what they have to crawl, and it's not going to be easy though. Nima on the other side is going to be taken down. Joker is going to finish him off, and it's not just him, it's the entirety of Skylightz Gaming who have been kicked out of this match. And finally, we're down to the top 5, 11 players still alive. Vibes, they are there looking quite solid with all 4 players present. And as we were talking about this before the match as well, Ocean, it's quite important for Vibes to secure these chicken dinner wins, because these extra points are what will help them close in the gap between them and IHC, and potentially at the end of the day take them into the top 3 to the podium.
DRS, they definitely have a good place for themselves. Vibes on the other side, just like, you said, 7 meters, 27. I mean, these are the distances that they have to just cover. But look at this. As DRS players are moving forward, you can see Hershey in that long distance area. TRG's players on the backside. Imagine if both of these players start shooting at DRS. It would be really easy for Vibes, if anything. Right now, we have talked about as Vibes is a team that has just, been doing really good, out of their minds, coming up with brilliant game sense, game style, and is right now a fan favorite team from South Asian region. Vibes has what it takes. They can go for it. DRS, a team that has just been coming up with a champions mentality in the previous season as well. So they can just go for a good game for themselves. Deadeyes Guys, Frag Boy Sir, a lad who lost his team as the first 3 players. He is still surviving. He's still out there. Storm takes down one. Hershey takes down DRS's killer White. Storm has been spotted. But what is happening? Joker is taking down a few flags on for himself. Rules is just out there. Storm's going to go for a few shots of his own. DRS, well, it looks like they are in a bit of a pickle situation. But look at this. Storm spots down Hershey. Savage is down and out. Storm, he changes his attention, takes down other players as well. What is this player doing? Storm, he is just around the corner. And all of this is freaking good for Frag Boy Sir, as he's still surviving somehow. He has taken his team to double digits. What? He has taken his team to double digits, and now Rules is the last one surviving in front of the 4 players of Vibes, as Vibes will easily take up a brilliant winner chicken performance for themselves. There it is. It arrives. Vibes, another 1,000 in the bank.
I mean, what a match! What a match this was, as you... talk about Vibes getting the winner chicken dinner. Also, by the way, their second winner chicken dinner. So $2,000 have been secured by this team. But again, the other things, everything considered, Storm picking those extra points for TRZ that are going to propel them upwards in the overall rankings. DRS finally performing like DRS should. I mean, as you mentioned during the cast as well, towards that final fight ocean, the winner's mentality is there. Let's not forget, these lads are the same lads that, well, are sort of the defending champions as well. So it's going to be quite a journey for them to lift the trophy again. But along with that, the biggest names took a tumble so early on, especially Stalwart Esports and IHC. The way they took an exit. I mean, IHC still did manage to secure a few elimination points, but Stalwart Esports, they weren't able to do anything in this game.
Johnny, this game is not about IHC. This game is not about Stalwart. This game is not about them. Frag Boy.
Yeah.
A player who lost his 3 players as the first 3 players to exit the lobby against High Voltage. He took his team to what, 3rd position or 4th or something. Like, he took his team just there amongst the top 5, if anything. Think about it, right? He survived.
Exactly. And that's what the game is about at the end of the day. Survival. Till the very end. I mean, it was quite unfortunate that he was taken out before DRS, because you saw the players of DRS also just falling down. It was just like a split second more. He just stayed it and could have gotten 2 more points. But hey, nothing taken away. 10 points is good. For now, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is take a very short break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the break to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is one Super Johnny John, joined by, you know who that is. Who is it? Who are you, sir? What's your name?
I tend to stay unnamed, untitled.
I
But
think
then
we need to
again, it's
change
not
that
about
to
me,
a
it's not
third.
about us. It is about the competition that just happened, Johnny, and the
Yeah.
competition was just so good. I mean, you saw the way these players just played this game for themselves. Vibes coming up with another brilliant, winner chicken dinner. But that's where it is, right? They are still at the fourth position, but then again, they're trying to get that number quite close to.
Yeah.
You know it, right? Obviously, IHC is there at the third position. They are trying to get that number, just closing up on DRS. Now, DRS's players, well, we'll talk about it while we'll be looking at the MVP and all those things. DRS players, they were above Skylightz, if I'm not wrong, and now
Yeah.
they will try to challenge the top 5. That's where Deadeyes Guys is as well. In fact, and Rules coming up with an MVP tag for himself. 7 eliminations, 934 damage.
I mean, with this match, I mean, DRS have pretty much established themselves in a position from where they can make a push for the top 5, but they have to be consistent just like that. And Rules was quite impressive in this match. 934 damage dished out, 7 elimination plus the 2 assists. I want to know what the total tally for the elimination points for DRS is, because they had a lot of pickups, especially as soon as the circle moved away from Pochinki, moved towards the eastern farms. DRS was the team that had the upper hand. They knew exactly where the teams had positioned themselves, apart from the teams in Pochinki, of course, from where Vibes came and finished them off. But as far as the open field fight was considered, there were just 2 teams that were standing tall. One was Stalwart Esports and the other was DRS. Since Stalwart Esports were taken care of because of the play they made against TRZ, DRS were left all alone to secure those elimination points lying out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it has been, in fact. But then again, talking about all these players that have just done good for themselves. ElementriX, again, they try to have a decent fight. In fact, you remember the bridge contestation, not exactly the bridge contestation, but the thing that happened around the southern side. We saw the early fights that just took place around that area. And then again, if you talk about the differences between Vibes and DRS, well, it's still like a pretty decent one, coming up with 8 eliminations for Vibes. All right, so with this game, Vibes and DRS are gonna get same points. Because it's 8 eliminations for Vibes and 11 for DRS. That's a 3-point difference, and that 3-pointer is just coming up in 15 and 12 points for their placement. So they are getting same number of points for themselves, 23 if anything. And talking about damage, Vibes had a decent amount of damage, but their damage received is really good, like 508 as compared to 1275 for DRS. I mean, I get it, they were in the open, they were taking a lot of fights, and the players were going down as well. Meanwhile, Vibes, their players did not go down till the end. They had all the players surviving. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And as you mentioned, I mean, the damage received sort of a situation for DRS. Being out in the open, I mean, I was just impressed that they were able to handle all that pressure for so long. But looking at the match summary right now, Rules wasn't the only one from the side of DRS who was doing quite a lot for his team. We do have Delta as well with highest assist, the number being 3, followed by, of course, his own teammate Rules with 2 assists to his name. And Delta again appears in the list of longest distance elimination on the 2nd spot, right behind Rig, with 289 meters being the distance. But yeah, Rules did in fact go on to dominate this game quite nicely, in fact, and made sure that his team was also stepping up. But towards the end, I think had sort of DRS been not surrounded by all the individuals left behind by, be it TRZ, be it Deadeyes Guys, or be it Savage Esports, they could have in fact taken on the lads of Vibes, because Vibes, they were forced to just stick close to the ending points of the city, and from there the push for them, it wasn't going to be easy, and DRS could have in fact spread out into the open field and try and pick the lads off doing so. But again, what happened, and yeah, Ocean, your calculations were correct. The points are tied, but DRS, they have more eliminations.
Yeah, so it's it just comes down to the elimination supremacy that happens. So yeah, but on the other side, Seal is out there with 10 points. Obviously, that's a good deal for themselves.
Yeah, look at how they got those 10 points though.
2 placement points. That's a classic Mongolian style to play with.
Yeah.
I'll just call it that, right? Classic Mongolian style. That's how they play. But Stalwart, Johnny. sometimes it's IHC that just lags behind some place, and the other times it's Stalwart. What is happening with these two teams now? What is exactly happening? As the other teams are just trying to pave the way for themselves with good numbers, and well, they are getting good numbers, so you know it, right? It's not that good, but then again, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and I mean, hopefully it can be fixed in the next match, which is going to be Miramar, a map that we have seen Stalwart Esports and IHC both be very consistent on. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how these two teams recover in the next game. But before we move on to that, I mean, as you were talking about the Mongolian playstyle, I think High Voltage and JyanMaara have taken a page out of their book, because even we saw these two particular teams go all in with the aggression in the early stages. And as I talked about High Voltage, let's not forget, they were the ones who wiped out, almost wiped out Deadeyes Guys, and are going to regret that they did not finish the last lad as well, because, well, he ended up taking his team to those 10 points.
This was a really good fight, the way the fight just happened as Incas just moved forward, took down one, took down another one. Look at this. The crowd shots, the crowd spam that these players do, right? That always is really good. And on the other side, it was Sandesh who just took down a few players. And this is where we could see the other side fights happening as the circle was moving away. These players took up a brilliant fight. In fact, High Voltage, to be honest, just did really good. And DRS, I mean, I won't say that they spoiled the fun now that they are at the second position, right? They were in this game. But then again, JyanMaara, it looked like they actually overpowered Stalwart somehow.
I mean, definitely, but let's see. I mean, these lads will still have the opportunity in the next few matches to see if they can sort of repay the favor to the next to the competition. And Storm, I mean, from this moment on, was quite interesting to see that he was just like waiting for shots to be fired by the other team so that he could pick them off. And up until now, DRS were also doing quite good. Savage Esports, Sanche also making sure that few extra points were coming in his direction. And look at this. This is when we saw DRS fall down, and Vibes, they were just waiting for this opportunity, that the only team with the numbers equivalent to theirs, as soon as their numbers started dwindling down, Vibes were all set to just put down their foot and secure this winner-winner chicken dinner. But ladies and gentlemen, the damage histogram in front of us, and yeah, I mean, mid-game fights, the Pochinki fights are there as well. You can see the sort of bars go up on IHC, on Skylightz Gaming, but the elimination numbers weren't able to convert those.
Johnny, for the first time, a team in top 3 has only 20 damage.
Yeah. That's impressive.
Deadeyes Guys, Frag Boy, he got good points for his team. Appreciated the effort. What a great effort coming down. And so many teams, yes, are par with 1,000+ damage. I was almost going to say $1,000. And I was like, yeah, 1,000 damage, not dollars. No, it's just one team.
$1,000 is only for the chicken dinner. You have to win the match if you want $1,000, which Vibes has done, in fact, and also have 1,000+ damage for themselves. But yeah, as you were talking about this, I mean, it's time to have a look at the overall rankings, and look at that. That's just 10 points between Vibes and IHC.
Wow.
I want to see Vibes on the third. Now I want to see them on the third.
281, 271, 10-pointer difference coming up. And I'm pretty sure Vibes, with the next game, they can. But then again, Johnny, Miramar and Mongolians, they have had a different vibe for themselves. We know about it, right? So we'll see. Deadeyes Guys right now, 226. So think about it, right? 334, Seal is a different league. Stalwart, it'll take them 3 games at least to just, surpass Seal, because obviously Seal would be gathering their own points as well. Stalwart will have to be consistently in top 3. IHC, again a different league. Vibes is there. But after Vibes, you saw the point difference. It's a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the difference between the 4th and the 5th position is quite a lot. And then we see a massive fall-off from the 5th to the 6th. But look at this. So close, High Voltage. This game has gotten them quite close to the top 16.
Yes, exactly. Today they have 4 more games, Johnny. 4 more games to enter and cement themselves in top 16 for now.
Oh, it's going to be fun. This is going to be very intense finish to the last day of the second Super Week, ladies and gentlemen. On also TRZ, if they keep on playing the way they did in this particular match, which, I mean, based on the last 2 days, seems a little unlikely, but I'm always going to be hopeful about this. I'm always going to be hopeful about watching teams be consistent. So I believe in DRZ. I believe they can be as consistent as this game, and just make sure that in the next matches as well, they do not fall down below the top 5. They don't take an exit before the top 5 minimum. That's the placement marker that you need to go for. And if they do manage to do that, we're going to see them topple over JyanMaara as well.
We'll see though. We'll see though. You know how it just happens with the upcoming game of Miramar. As we know, Miramar is it is an important game.
Yeah.
For all these players, they would want to play it with. We know it. We in fact, all right. Whenever I'm talking about Miramar, I was going to talk about DMRs, and one thing that just arrives to my mind. Remember yesterday, Action, his plays. In fact, Godless with that DMR taking down DRS's player with a mini. And using an M16 as a secondary weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, those were some incredible plays. We know how strong Mongolians actually tend to get in this map, in this place. So, well, we might just be in for a good game as well. But then again,
I mean,
it'll happen once the game starts.
it's Miramar. It's right after a game in which Stalwart Esports, IHC, and Sealy Esports got, well, not Sealy Esports, Stalwart Esports and IHC got absolutely destroyed. So I'm pretty sure the
Yeah.
teams are going to be thinking about this being as already a redemption match for them, and just try to cover up the points that they lost in the previous one. Also, I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, the Mongolian teams, it seems like, do dominate on this particular map. So when we have a look at the player cams, we're going to try and figure out what the reason for that is, Ocean. It's up to you and me to figure out what their secret is. Let's begin. Let's see if we can spot it out.
If we can. No, we cannot. Oh, someone's
Assassin
eating.
headed, yeah.
Yeah, Assassin is eating.
Who's eating? What are they eating?
I don't have any idea. But then some people are not on their chairs. Some people are not in their prime positions to play right now. But then again, the game is starting up for us. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is an important game for all the players. Again, this is going to be the last Miramar of this Super Weekend, the first of the day, as well as we are in. And the players, it's a kind of a good flight path, a northern flight path, as we see starts off from the backsides of La Cobreria, El Pozo. Hacienda del Patron is going to be on the radar, and Impala as well. Los Leones is a good area. El Azar, if a team wants to drop down, they can. But for Shumasera, well, you might just need to spread some wings.
Yeah, I was just about to say TRZ could be in a world of trouble because of this flight path, but they seem to be taking an exit super early on, heading towards the road right next to El Pozo, and from there I think they're going to start moving southward and try and see if they can secure an early game spot towards Ladriela, Chumasera. They do like to start from the southern sides of the map, so it's going to be quite interesting to see what the early game response from Dax is going to be to this drop clash. Along with that, we know there's going to be a little bit of a scuffle for Los Leones as well, since there are going to be two teams headed towards that city now.
Yeah. See, we see their points, right? That's just a good number. Skylightz, they went to the Oasis, I guess.
I mean,
Nima's there around the Oasis. There. Yeah, Nemo's there around the Oasis area. But then again, Savage, these players are finding a prime position for themselves. ElementriX with their own split. Stalwart likes to go to that area where they just like to be comfortable. That's San Martin. DRS is on the backlines. If someone comes to Stalwart's city, they like to welcome the team. Let's see if that happens.
I mean, they do like to welcome them, but Stalwart and DRS, they're pretty much used to sort of colliding against each other. I was kind of worried and intrigued with what High Voltage was doing, since we saw them drop along with the players from Phantoms, but now things have normalized. They're moving towards Puerto Palacio, getting that early distance between the squads, but it seems like Slipknot was like just following them. Yeah, I'm going to escort you out of our premises. You need to leave. And High Voltage just obeying the orders of the lads from Phantoms, have in fact moved to their own drop location. But again, it's Miramar, and since everyone has landed safely, Ocean, that means that we won't be getting a lot of early game aggression.
Yeah, not a lot. Decent probably, but then again,
I don't think it's going to be decent. I think it's going to be barely.
Maybe not an exactly early aggression, but then again, maybe just a mid aggression. Like we'll see this Miramar in a standard way as a Miramar needs to be played, probably.
Textbook Miramar. That's
But
what you
then
like,
again,
right? Textbook
all
plays.
right, it's always a good thing to watch those textbook gameplays and all. But you know what's even better, if a team just tries to go and do something out of the world, like out of the minds or something like that, right? That's always good. Some sort of a brilliant gameplay that just arrives, that just happens, like that is what I want to see. Like
Yeah.
you know what? When the Mongolians arrived onto the scene, or in fact, even before that, we used to have those sort of games in which we used to see what 15 plus eliminations, second in a maybe 20 plus eliminations. This time we want to we are still yet to see that 20 plus bomber,
Yeah, I mean, so again, I think the reason
like
behind that,
multiple ones. Yeah.
the reason behind why it's more and more difficult for the teams to do to make those sort of plays right now in this particular lobby is the fact that everyone has gotten used to the pace of each other. I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, when the Mongolian teams were here for the first time, I mean, we were sort of in awe of their aggression and their mechanical prowess. But since then, it's almost been a year and a half, more than that, and now the other teams have also adapted. Now the entirety of South Asian sort of mechanical capabilities have improved because everyone is putting in more and more work to try and beat these titans.
Hmm. Yeah.
And that
Really
is
like that.
but that has made the competition more tougher. But you and I, we are harbingers of chaos, so it was kind of unfortunate for us because we don't witness the same madness we used to see 2 years ago.
Last, yeah, previously it used to be a different thing. Now it's just a weird and different
Yeah.
one. All right, a Joker found an 8x and a mini as well. Someone can just, use it if they would want to. And if on the other side, M4 as a red dot, and this is where it's happening. Raw's Assault wanted to just, get down to that higher ground, but then Liquid was already there. He did go for good shots, definitely dealt 54 damage, but then after that, he just could not convert it.
Well, let's see. Liquid, he does see the buggy in the distance, but the distance is quite a lot, and he's still trying to go for a spray. It's not going to connect anything. Well, now, since Liquid is making a lot of noise, and we know, as if you look on the radar, that he's not alone in this position, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the other lads are going to react to this. Did I just see one lad from Savage Esports? Yeah, it's Eisenberg trying to climb the opposite hill. Oh, this is going to be fun. A hill-to-hill summit fight between these two players.
It definitely has to be. But as of now, just think about it. If we just talk about it, all these players are trying to do really good. TRZ, they actually have this sort of a rotation for themselves. TRZ is just moving from around the zone, which is good. Storm, in fact, in the last game, he just played brilliantly. If you just think about it, he played really, really good for himself. High voltage, this time they don't have an early contestation for themselves. Puerto Paras is where they are. Phantom, moving from the backsides of Impala. Lost Leonis is where Seal is. IHC though, El Azahar, just like we talked about, right? They can get a good entry spot inside the zone, but look at the cluster that's kind of forming up in the center. It's not exactly the center. And Savage's Eisenberg, look at how far away he is. It obviously doesn't look that much, but if we talk about the game sense, right, game turns, it is a lot of distance that he has from his teammates.
I mean, it's not going to be easy for him to regroup, but let's see if they have sort of options laid out. But Eisenberg, I mean, he could be stuck in a pickle because it's not just the fact that his distance from his teammates is quite a lot, but also like he's sandwiched between the two split groups of ElementriX. There's one on the hill right opposite the hill that Eisenberg was trying to climb, and there are two ElementriX's players right behind him. Unless Deadeyes Guys or Vibes manage to find the two isolated players of ElementriX and finish them off, Eisenberg is going to be completely cut off from any sort of fights in these early stages. Either he has to fall back or his team, they need to rejoin him in his particular position. But on the other side right now, 4 teams are playing this very slow. TRZ, IHC, Phantoms and High Voltage. It's going to be quite interesting to see how these teams transition into the mid-game rotations. Otherwise, there is definitely going to be a lot of trouble for them. And again, as we predicted, I mean, this is kind of a textbook Miramar, so not a lot of action before the 12-13 minute marker. After that is when we will see majority of the fights happening.
Yeah, after that is when we'll see all the fights. In fact, mostly happening. Mr. Yozu just getting that high ground for themselves, having it. Frag Boy is just on the lower side. And what is Mr. Yozu talking? Like, who is he talking to? You saw his camera, right? He was talking to someone. But then again, maybe it's just, giving call outs to his own teammates and all. But then again, they need to understand that this high ground comes up with a lot of responsibility. And with that responsibility, they have to just get down for the good fights for themselves. Seal's Wally, in fact, is on low HP. But Frag Boy could not just convert it for himself. And I believe that was quite an issue for the player. But then again, he gets a good life for himself. That was needed. That happened. We have all the players surviving so far.
Well, yeah, all 64 of them. Although the vehicle next to Wally doesn't look like it's in a very good shape. He needs to walk away from that one. And now, finally, I think we're going to have sort of an interesting situation as Liquid is caught off guard. And Action is trying to see if he can shoot one of the lads from the side of ElementriX down. Does not manage to connect a lot of shots, but look at that. The collision between High Voltage and Phantom Esports in the blue zone ocean. And High Voltage seem to be on the right side of things, that they have found the opening in the match.
Yeah, it seems like they have definitely just found up a decent opening for themselves when we talk about it. And on the lower side, just like you said, that high voltage Phantoms kerfuffle, that will happen. But the circle shift just moving down to power grid. I want a team to just get those minor compounds that are right close to power grid's area, because that will give you good vision. That can help you block down the rotations. And well, at the end, you can take up good fights. It all comes down to your gunpowder, right? Everyone has that skill set. But then again, the communication matters as well. This is what happened. This is how it started. So let's see where it goes.
Well, let's see where this action is headed. Are we going to see early exit, early squad wipes for entire teams? But not for now, though. It's just the first blood, just the one lad being shown the exit to the game. Seal Esports for now. Wally and Leo trying to see if they can take their business somewhere else, somewhere better. Just 10 more seconds. Well, close. Now it's 10 more seconds before the blue zone starts moving in, and we have the third circle in front of us. And everyone is moving towards the power grid. Picardo, San Martin positioned once again. Earlier on, the fight for the center control was between Crater Fields and power grid. Now, since the circle is sort of in a weird, awkward spot, I think everyone is going to go back to where they came from, especially the players from the side of Stalwart Esports are going to be upset about this, since they were like starting from the San Martin position, and now they are stuck in an awkward spot.
Yeah, probably. But then again, look at this. Action. It seems like he spotted on a few players from ElementriX. I think he knows. Either he knows, or he's just giving cues to his teammates that we can get to that compound. I would want them to go to that compound, because obviously the fight will happen, and we want to see more and more fights happening, right? As now, no big fight has happened. Only one player has been just taken down. We have everyone else surviving, and the circle has started closing in. That means the third circle's coming up. So think about it. Think about it this way, right? The third circle's coming up. After that, we are gonna be just looking forward to next more and more and more. And this grenade. Oh, he's in that car. Oh, he's in that car. Oh, that grenade was good. Asanji takes down True Love. The Molotov will follow up. And now, Deadeyes guys, they need to understand where it's coming from. I guess they do. I guess they have that understanding. But now, Chari's in the open. Why? He barely survives. But True Love might not survive, and the backup has arrived as Savage. They would want to move forward, but Anip, oh, he became a bit too eager, and he was taken down. But then, he will be revived.
Yeah, and Sanchir already found a very nice spot for his team, since he made sure that the other lad from the side of Deadeyes Guys was taken low, so they couldn't go for an instant counter push. They had to reset themselves. But now this is going to be quite an interesting situation. Sifu Sir is going to be taken out. Hershey's still standing tall, finds the next one as well. Deadeyes Guys down to the last surviving player. It's just Chari in the backlines remaining to face off against the lads of Savage Esports. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this has to be the first squad wipe of the game. But which one it would be? Chari, he knows the other two lads are down to barely any HP, but it's a 1v2. Both of them climbing the flanks and covering each other's weak spots. Deadeyes Guys, the first team to go out of this match. Quite unfortunate, but Savage Esports off to a good start.
Look at that circle chip just, happening. IHC on one side, Vibes on the other, T2K on that hill as well. But yes, talk about this fight. Savage just took a brilliant fight coming up on Deadeyes Guys. And I know what is happening now with Deadeyes Guys. I mean, the previous game was decent. Obviously, they got to top 3, courtesy of Fragboy Sir. This time, they struggled again. I believe maybe there are a few struggles that are happening with Deadeyes Guys in terms of communication. 100% it should be that, only because in the first game, early fights happened. They could not communicate in time. They were not having decent loot for each other as well in time. So that also just could not just happen in the favor. This time it was standard proper communication fight that obviously one of our players is down. That means we need to understand where the opponents are coming from, and then we can take the fight. But then that did not happen. Meanwhile, IHC is quite close to the players of JyanMaara. Oh my god. This is a good one. Last time, JyanMaara tried to take down Stalwart. They almost succeeded. And this time, IHC is up in front of them.
Well, let's see. Susan is trying to see if he can hold this corner for a while, but that's not going to happen. IC is the one starting things off with Gunner being knocked out from the side of JyanMaara. He sees another one in the distance, and it is No Fear trying to escape. Is that going to be a possibility? That means Susan is going to be left behind from the side of JyanMaara, and it is an important decision for the team. No Fear, he has positioned himself from where he can flank and shut down any sort of aggression from the lads from IHC, but it's not going to be easy.
I see. Just, lies on. I mean, so many players are quite close to each other, but then again, they just cannot do anything. They understand. They know it. They cannot. I see just using a few smokes for himself. One more might just be taken out. Suzanne? Just along the sides. Godless Joel, they're moving forward. Suzanne, he's getting a few shots on him. He needs to stay safe. But then only thing he has are a few bandages for himself. Cannot heal himself on time. He's been spotted down. A few shots will be taken on him as well. Godless, he actually makes a perfect use of all these, ridges. You saw him, right? He peeks out, shoots, crouches, shoots, crouches. That's a good use of all these areas, and he understands where the smoke is, so he's trying to spot down the players. He spotted down the last player, and look at that! IC just ends him up, and JyanMaara follows up on the elimination table.
Well, JyanMaara might be out, but look at the elimination feed ocean. It's Savage Esports who have been caught off guard by the Atrax, and they have secured a few extra points for themselves. I only see the last 2 players from the side of Savage, Sanchir and Hershey, who are sort of left alone for a bit, but they are also inside the blue. And IHC have been spotted out by T2K as IC was knocked out.
Oh. Players are moving forward as the zone moves forward as well. Think about it, right? Seal and IHC are the only 2 teams inside the circle right now, Johnny. The only 2 teams that are inside the circle. Oh, I love it. I love the way they are just trying to find a good zone for themselves. In fact, ladies and boys and girls, once again, we are going to remind you, every Miramar in Super Weekend has been won by Mongolians. So let's see if this happens today or not. Yesterday, T2K had a brilliant chance, but then Seal with one good grenade took down the players. Just like right now, Skylightz players are being taken down with the weapons though. Galzin will go for a revive on Nima. AJ is just around the corner as well. He needs to just get together with his teammates as soon as he can. Muffin is going to go with a good nade. Will it connect? That's the question. Liquid will feel the wrath of that nade. And look at him barely surviving on 1 HP. But from the other side, Vibes Joker, if I'm not wrong, is going to go for a few shots. Sus is going to go with a good nade of his own. But look at this. Galzin, Muffin Ninja. In fact, they spot down other players as well. And Raw, they are going to be losing more of their players as well. As Kazi goes down by the play zone. Muffin Ninja goes down by the play zone. And that elimination will be picked up by Incas. But the zone's arriving. That means you got to pay respect to that. You have to pay respect to that circle.
I mean, definitely. If you stop thinking about the zone and just focus on the fight, stop looking at your HP bar slowly and steadily. On its own going down, sometimes you just end up overestimating the distance you can travel with the amount of HP that you have left. And on Miramar, that is a little bit more prominent than on other maps just because of how big the map is and how difficult it can be to sort of travel between these open spaces that are there between the ridges in the latest stage of the match. But look at the shift again. Esports can in fact be in a really good position, but in order to do that, they have to take control of that high ground. On the other side, the Raw Esports also eliminated from the match on the 14th position, and I think Savage Esports, they're going to be next as Hershey is knocked out. Waiting to see when the final player on the side is going to be out of the match as well. And I think they do, in fact, have a few survival moments, but
Oh,
oh, vibes. Yeah, not good.
Malik has spotted down that van, but oh my god, I don't know if it's a brave decision or not. Now Malik is just in this slight area for himself. He knows players. He will take one more down, as Octopus could not just, get his tentacles out to just, save himself from this fight. Now he's moving forward, spots another one down. Malik will take him out as well. Will go for the finish. What a brilliant feat of gun power just being showcased by him. He needs to heal for himself. Plus, there are only 8 bullets in his UMP. He needs to go for that reload as well, as Vibes' Joker takes one down. Vibes, they are possessed demons right now, taking down players and enjoying that.
I mean, definitely Malik and Joker, the duo, doing quite a phenomenal job shutting down the players from the side of Dax. Jante, he's trying to run around the rock. Oh, Malik!
Ouch.
Just a foot slipping up, and he misses the opportunity to secure this final pickup, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Malik is down. It's
What?
Joker, he's down as well. Jante just bringing his experience to the table and knocking down both these lads, now finishing them off with the M16. HP bar running low, needs to heal up. He's going to get taken out, but not before punishing Vibes for what they did to his teammates.
Oh my god, what is this Miramar? What is this Miramar? Oh, I love it! I love it!
I mean,
but then,
yeah. Had he not finished them off and just instantly healed up after the knockdown, he would have survived.
Exactly. I mean, think about the time management that's not happening, just coming up for the players right now. But then IHC versus Stalwart, that is happening. The battle of the Goliaths, as T2K watches out in the distance. Skylightz, they get eliminated with 5 eliminations on their marker and 11th position. Action, he's moving, he's just lying down in ice. He's moving forward with the nades for himself. But T2K is arriving on. T2K can actually just, spoil the fun for these two teams, and they can get a few eliminations for themselves if they actually just, spot down a few players. Oh, those throwables are really good. Top is facing the wrath of those throwables on himself, as Action is coming up with a few of his own. And IHC, they need to understand, this fight, Johnny, is happening outside the zone. You need to pay utmost respects to the circle. But for Stalwart, the worst part is, how will they get inside the circle?
Well, I mean, even IHC, they're going to be looking for an answer to that question. But look at this. So both these teams, none of them sent an invite for this party to T2K. And T2K are mad about that. That's why T2K has rotated already inside the circle. And they're just waiting to gatekeep IHC or Stalwart Esports, whichever one of these two teams tries to find their way towards the zone next. But they don't have a lot of time left, both the squads. And it's going to get very intense. Zul and Godless, they're waiting for the lads of Stalwart Esports to step out in the open. But Jano, he has been spotted out by Sealy Esports. Takes a shot to his chest, but prones down to avoid any further damage.
Oh, the finishes are coming in. Assassin, in fact, takes down Vibes at the end. Finally, taking down Vishal, and that is the end for Vibes right now. But then High Voltage follows up as well. I see he wants to just, move forward. But then again, he needs to understand that there are players quite close to him. And IHC understands it, I guess. That's why they're just trying to look to the backlines as well. As Stalwart, they are still struggling, but Ziola gets taken down. IC might just follow up, and look at this. Now Top understands he needs to heal. That's the right time for him to heal. IC still in the open. Look at the thing. His elimination would be actually snatched away from him as T2K Sandesh takes it, and now IC just takes him out. So much for the effort, Top. He could not save that elimination for himself. T2K just took it.
Well, let's see. I mean, T2K, they're doing quite a phenomenal job right now in this particular game as we're down to the top 4. 9 players still alive in this match. T2K, IHC, DRS, and Phantoms are present as well. CEO getting spotted out by IC. Does manage to get himself to safety, though. And IHC Esports doing quite a brilliant job in this match, securing 10 eliminations already. Now, all they have to do is finish inside the top 3. They finished in the top 4. It's decent, but top 3 just sounds better, even though it's just 2-point difference,
Johnny,
which they've already pretty much more than made up for.
Johnny, we saw winner chicken dinner forecast, right? Yesterday as well, T2K had a higher percentage to win, but Seal with 1 grenade just took them out. Now we have 2 players from IHC, 2 from DRS, and I guess it's safer to say you need to take IHC down first, because that would mean the end of Mongolian domination in Miramar, as it has been happening. You need to take IHC down. IC, he's in the brilliant form right now. He has 5 eliminations, is moving to the back line slowly and steadily, as that is important. That was needed right now. And Godless, he's spotting down Sandesh. He knows that the vehicle's there. That means the player's going to be there as well. But he needs to take that immediate cover from the left hand side from where the other players might just be. DRS is on the backside. They don't want to be a part of this fight right now. But where is Phantom? That's the question. You cannot see them on the minimap. You cannot see them in the distances. Where are the players? What are their struggles right now? That's the question as well to answer.
Well, again, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the
Oh,
answer is
look
going to
at
be.
that.
Jane! How could you miss that? Icy, he's going to be so happy when he goes back and watches the board.
Wow. Sandesh just on one side. Slipknot is down and he will be taken out. In fact, Phantom would be taken out. That means it is 3 teams. DRS, the real soldiers, a team that had just, witnessed, that just enjoyed their meal of a good momentum in the previous game, are out here as well. We'll have to see what happens. Godless is going to be using up a sniper. Is he nuts still? I mean, he's still using a sniper right now. I get it. But, I mean, I love it. They like to enjoy it. But then again, think about it, right? He is going to go for the heals on himself. Icy's vest is totally done for. His helmet is... Secondary weapons for these players are still DMRs and bolt actions. Come on, I love it. I love it.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is what Miramar was supposed to be about, but now in the late game stages, we are seeing those bolt actions and DMRs being brought back by these lads. And okay, to be very honest, I mean, the advantage can in fact heavily swing in the favor of DRS if the lads from IHC don't connect those shots.
Let's see. Again, let's see, because the zone's coming in, the zone's coming close. And it's still the 6th circle, Johnny. 3 teams surviving. What is happening with today's pace of the game?
Oh, wow. I didn't even look at the time of the match. It's just 24 minutes.
Yeah, where's the circle going? There are 3 teams in 3 different corners. And we can see the zone going to DRS. DRS. Previous game, they were at the 2nd position. This game, they want to just, make it theirs. If someone... All right, imagine if IHC does not engage right now and T2K engages with DRS. That would mean that IHC can actually get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. But right now, with the looks of it, it looks like Rules is spotting down the players on the right-hand side, which is IHC.
I mean, DRS, for them, it's quite easy to decide where they want to put priority on. They were sort of in an extended situation against IHC, and they know where the team is, but Rules taking a massive dink is going to have to fall back and reset. And Killer, well, the responsibility falls on his shoulders of trying to deny the push to the players of IHC. The nade is lobbed perfectly, and IHC, his HP is going to be dropped to around 40.
T2K is coming. T2K is arriving. Johnny, T2K is arriving on DRS. This means T2K will actually engage with DRS, and Killer will have to look into this direction, and that actually just is a bad news because from the other direction, Godless is looking on T2K's side. Jane can be taken on with just one shot if it connects, and that means IHC is getting that breathing space for themselves as DRS is going to go for that revive. T2K is going to move forward. Godless is going to move forward. Ice is going to move forward as well. IHC, they have spotted on one more player. I guess they have spotted on Sandesh. They have the exact location of that player as well, and they know about Jane. What a good understanding of the zone, when to push, when not to push, but I guess there's another good nade that was lofted down. Godless is on low HP. DRS, they need to suffer, they need to survive, otherwise they'll suffer, and that happens as T2K just eliminates them, and this is where it comes down. Ice is the last one surviving against T2K's 2 players. Jane is on low HP. Will he go for the revive? That's the question, but I guess they know it, they understand it, and they're gonna give it in style with the nades coming down, and there it is, finally ending down on Mongolian domination on Miramar. It is going to be trained to kill.
I mean, they've gotten so close time and time again, but now finally striking the bullseye right in the nick of time, bringing themselves on the 7th position in the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Trained to kill, another $1,000 secured.
Jody, ironically, yesterday, Seal took them out with a grenade. Today, they took IHC out with a grenade.
Oh, wow.
Think about it, right? Yesterday they were in Miramar, they were at the 2nd position, they actually got a grenade on themselves. A dish best served. Wow.
It's cool. Well, gotta say the whole thing, revenge is a dish best served cold.
With a slight grenade as a dessert.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you put it in a dessert and toss it, that would give you the maximum impact, but we'll figure it out. We don't know how to cook, neither of us. We'll figure it out though. What we do know is the fact that, I mean, as you said, I mean, IHC, they could have had capitalized on the fight quite nicely had they just started taking on the players of T2K the moment that DRS T2K thing happened.
Yeah.
But just a slight, just resisting the urge to start shooting for a few seconds resulted in T2K just having clean fights after another and just closing out the game with what they felt comfortable. Also, a very intense Miramar, I have to say, because the circle had its own brain. The first shift is west, then it goes east, then south. It was everywhere. But we're going to discuss this further after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is one Super Johnny John, joined by, well, I remember his name now. It's Ocean Sharma alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And yeah, Ocean, so we witnessed what seemed to be a very intriguing match of Miramar. And were you able to predict where the circle was headed, or was it a surprise for even you?
It was a weird, surprising, but right, the circle goes right, left, up, down, center, in all the circles possible, with all the 11 dimensions coming up, with, you know, space-time dilation and all those things. That's what the circle was doing.
And the circle is just like, yeah. You want to see a game? I'll show you a game of PUBG Mobile. I'll show you what zone rotation is.
It was not an actual. It was a quantum circle coming up, right? It was there and it was not there at the same time.
Yeah, Schrodinger's circle.
Schrodinger's circle. Schrodinger's circle would be, you know, yeah. I mean, if you're playing a Schrodinger's, PUBG Mobile, it would be like you're dead and alive at the same time.
Yeah, you're shooting and not shooting at the same time. Everything is happening and not happening.
You're reviving and not reviving at the same time. But then again, I mean, it's not about that, but it is about the game that just ended, right? Such a brilliant game coming down from T2K. Appreciated their performance. And talking about this, right? Sandesh coming up with 6 eliminations, 755 damage, 2 knocks for this individual.
Okay. Who got the most assists? Like, what is that assist bar of the average data right there? I mean, that's just pretty incredible. But still, Sandesh also had a pretty impressive run in this match. And again, I think the reason the stats are not that sort of over the top is because of the fact that T2K made it to the late game stages with a man advantage as well. So the other lads from the squad were also firing. They were also getting their points collected, even though Sandesh's individual performance was very impressive. I think T2K as a team did a pretty phenomenal job of coming together in this matchup, because this is the first game that we have seen like on point, spot on perfect synergy from T2K.
Talking about the other players, Jane is coming up here as well. GI Jane, I mean, remember the 9 elimination streak that he had a few days back? That was just impressive. So yeah, Godless on the other side, IC as well. Godless with only 2 eliminations and 988 damage is how he is right now.
I mean, where did the eliminations go? I think he's, no wonder he was like pretty mad inside of the game, like just trying so desperately to secure those finishes. But still, nonetheless, I mean, IHC did have a pretty decent run in this match. Skylightz Gaming, on the other hand, look at AJ. 3 eliminations, 504 damage, just 18 minutes survival time, and he's in the list of top players. So what happened with the rest of the teams?
Yeah, that is... see, mistakes.
Yeah,
because we only saw 3 teams surviving in the 6th circle. Think about it, right? That legend increases your survival time chance, and survival time is 40% of your entire performance. So yeah,
Yep.
legend just increases that chance. To be honest, Train to Kill coming up with 11 eliminations for themselves. IHC with 10, as we just have witnessed. So finally, I would say IHC is doing decent, but. I mean, it's still too early to comment on that because they have had their share of good and bad games. But then T2K, they are enjoying this chicken dinner. 100% they are.
Well, I mean, it's $1,000. If you don't want to enjoy the chicken dinner, everyone, I can guarantee this, Ocean, everyone would enjoy the $1,000. This team would as well. But talking about other things, I mean, as we were saying, I mean, T2K, their performance was quite nice. IHC, we know they have to be consistent. But Ocean, 2 matches have gone, and in both of these games, we are seeing the Mongolian Titans getting absolutely destroyed. It's either one team or the other. Only one team has been able to, out of 3 top Mongolian teams, only one each match has been able to put up a decent performance. Last time it was Steel, this time it is IHC. And it seems like the other teams from the South Asian lobby have figured out how, in fact, what they need to do to shut these big teams, big players down.
Yeah, just coming up on to this area. In fact, you asked for the highest assist numbers, right? So I get it. Not a lot of assists were distributing out in this game. So that's why we see only 3 assists as the highest assist number. That means everyone just because I get it. Everyone was taking their own individual fights, even if they were teams, because they were scattered out together because they had to cover up so much area whilst rotating, right? That just showcases out there. Train to Kill coming up with 26 total points, just like we said. IHC with 22, and then it's DRS 22 to 13. That's a massive drop, to be honest. Seal comes up with 12, and Phantom is out there with 8 in terms of the placement points only. But again, Johnny, just like the first day of the Super Weekend, TRZ, they struggled on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, not a start that they would have hoped for in this particular map. I mean, I was hoping at least 2 games TRZ would be consistent, but since the fall-off is there on Miramar, now hopefully the next Erangel, the team can recover and sort of bring themselves out of the shambles that they are in right now, try and see if they can push further within the top 16. Because TRZ, I mean, again, it's a hit or a miss sort of a situation right now with them. It feels like they're not able to figure out completely what the Super Weekends are going to be like, and that is the thing that is keeping them in a very weird spot. And High Voltage, well, they are completely charged up right now, and they want to go towards
High
the top
Voltage
16 with
care.
everything that they have. Yeah, they
High
don't have
Voltage,
anything to lose.
They don't care. They are like, we need to get more and more points in less amount of time that we can just go for it.
Yeah.
So we'll just go for a sprint in terms of just get that adrenaline flowing, just coming up with burning up those calories, taking down the players, whatever we can do in less amount of time. And that's why they're going for good fights, and I'm loving it, because the best one was the school fight that they did in the first game today. That was just a brilliant fight, taking down Phantom.
It was pretty brilliant, as you said. I mean, I completely agree with that. And even before that, them catching the players of DE off guard in the previous game was quite impressive, because in the early fight, it does become a complete 50-50, but High Voltage seemed to come out of both of those 2 fights in the extreme early stage of the match completely unscathed, unharmed. And that is the thing that I think was the most impressive about them, plus making it to the late game stages. That's just additional props. But going into the next Erangel, now it sort of begs to question, like, all right, Vibes were doing quite decent, getting close to IHC. Now IHC has built a difference for themselves, but still the chase is going to be there. What do you think Vibes need to do? I mean, apart from like straight up winning the chicken dinner, in order to make sure that at the end of the 3 matches that are left for them, they do not let IHC get too far away from their reach?
Yeah, that's correct. But then again, I don't know what is happening with Stalwart now. They definitely just try to have good game for themselves as well, but then it's just not happening.
Yeah.
This, in fact, Super Weekend, it has been kind of like it hasn't showcased us the same dominating performance from Mongolian side as it was in the first Super Weekend. No doubt.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Mongolians played bad, because they still had good chicken dinners for them. So starting off with Stalwart, then IHC was there, and then obviously coming up, Seal was there as well. But then again, this time it was T2K who is just they just did really good for themselves, and we will be looking up in the Open 21 Pro moments as well, as you could just see. Oh, this one. This was such a good. Deadeyes guys, they faltered with communication here. They just think about it, right? They could not understand where the players were coming from. That's a basic communication mistake.
Yeah. I mean, just completely caught off guard in that fight. And Savage Esports did a pretty phenomenal job of capitalizing on that. Later on in the matches, I mean, JyanMaara, the same thing happened. Again, lack of communication, not really letting your teammates know, like, all right, our flanks are completely gone. We have to stay together. Lay down the smokes towards the right-hand side, cover that spot. Everyone is just out in the open and just getting taken out quite easily by the opposition. Train to kill, I mean, they were also having a very nice spot in the early stage of the match, because of which they were able to secure a lot of pickups for themselves. Killer White teased this 1v2, was very impressive, and in the end it was the nade to end it all. Dax over here, this was a massive blunder from Dax as well, and because of which we did see Vibe sort of capitalize, almost capitalize, let me correct myself, almost, because then we saw Chante pull off an amazing 1v2.
Yeah, just an amazing one, just coming up. Vibes, they had that momentum flowing up for themselves, but then Shanti just comes in and he takes those players. Although the zone just was not good for him afterwards. But then again, if you talk about it, 11 eliminations of T2K, just like we said. Fandom, alright, this time it was a team in top 5 with no eliminations for them. So TRC, just like we said, they struggled. Deadeyes guys, look at this, 395. That is almost 4 players down. But still, no elimination points coming up for Deadeyes guys. This, it's just, quite a bit weird, in fact, thinking about it. JyanMaara on the other side, they have 18 for themselves in terms of the damage only. No eliminations. That's quite low.
I mean, just a complete fall of exact opposite direction of what should have been after the way these teams played the previous match. But look at this. There is one switch up within the top 10, and that is Train to Kill have pushed Skylightz Gaming further down on the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Ocean, they are on the 8th now with 178 points. And Train to Kill, well, they are getting quite close to DRS. So DRS, time to buckle up.
Train to Kill, 197, just like you said. Yes, it was their first $1,000 win, and they are going to be enjoying it. DRS on the other side, well, 210. Deadeyes guys, if we talk about 226 for them, 276 coming up for Vibes, it definitely looks good. But then again, 346 Seal, 315 for Stalwart, IHC. Alright, today, maybe IHC with the same momentum, they can be second as well.
Well, let's see. The possibility is going to be
statement.
there.
Yeah, that's a bold statement, but they can.
See, Ocean, you say that's a bold statement, but it's also IHC. So I think it balances out quite nicely, but I want to see them.
I want to see Alex just... I love the way, this lad just arrives and he plays.
Yeah.
So if it happens, I'm pretty sure, I'm telling you, Alex is going to have a really big hand in that. But then again, high voltage, well, they are at 17. Still, top 16 is a long way to go. And well, in order for him, or for the team, to get those number of points, they have 3 games surviving in front of them. So they can.
I mean, but 8 points high voltage, that's what they need to be inside the top 16.
They can go for the fights.
I think, just secure 8 eliminations, you're in the top 16, and then for the rest of the day, it's just about capitalizing on the advantage and focusing on coming back to the Super Weekend next week, because if you miss out on the next week, pretty sure the other 3 teams are going to be here. One of those 3 teams are going to be here, and they won't be happy about the fact that they're outside. They're not qualifying for the finals. So they will also, try and see if they can topple you over, which will be much easier for them, because let's not forget, high voltage this week had to start from scratch. They started from 0 points, and now, in fact, they find their way into the top 16. So to keep your position qualifying in the final week will become very important.
Yeah, that's important. I mean, because just like before the previous game started, right, we were having this conversation only, and the conversation was like, imagine if A1 Esports arrives on the 3rd Super Weekend.
Yeah.
What they can do is like, they understand it. Maybe they might not qualify. Maybe they will. I mean, you never know. But then again, for them to qualify, they need to get more and more points. How do you get more and more points? Well, you go for the chicken dinners. Every chicken dinner is going to get them a good buck off the bank as well. So they can just maybe go for that. Again, it's still going to be a big of a theory for... them to just get more and more points for them, but then again we'll see. And top 16, that's important by the end of the final Super Weekend.
Exactly. I mean, top 16 is going to be very important. But ladies and gentlemen, the match is about to begin in a few short moments, and that means before we go to the game, we're going to have our own little mini game.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
All right, we saw a peace sign. Peace to you, buddy.
Yeah, peace to you as well. And now a few of them are still happy. A few of them are still just, Hey, who's jumping behind IC?
That's
Who's
godless.
jumping,
Skipping
who's
a
jumping
rope, I
behind
guess.
IC? Is someone skipping a rope behind IC?
That's godless. Yeah.
Oh, that's godless. He's a different lad, to
Is
be
that
honest.
a big Hero 6 fan? I love it. I need that.
Oh!
That's so awesome.
Well, ladies and boys and girls, the game is about to begin as this is the second Erangel of the day. And this is going to be an important one because this is the second last Erangel of the day as well.
Yeah.
So-
Second last angle of this Super Weekend.
Yeah. I mean, of the day. The day ends with the Super Week. So, yeah, it's all the same thing, but yeah.
Yeah, and the trajectory of the plane this time, for a change, is starting from the northern side of the map, all the way from shooting range and going, well, again, military base, smiles and happy moments for the leaders of the leaderboard, Stalwart Esports and CD Esports. And also Diastrix taking an exit towards the north of Georgia Pole City. Now, this is going to be quite interesting because instead of 2 teams being there towards Georgia Pole, now there are 3. Raw is going to be joining them towards containers. IHC are going to go towards the normal Georgia Pole City right next to the containers. And T2K, quite a happy moment for them as well. Good early start. Severny quite easily being under their control.
The flight part definitely just showcases that every team can just find a good place for themselves to just drop down and to loot, as it's still a decent flight path. If you talk about it, Atrax on the other side. All right, that's change coming up. They are moving to the areas of Sarki and northern Georgia Pole. T2K, they are dropping down on their own location. That is going to be Severny, but oh, this zone. So many fights are going to happen in the northern side of Milta in that woodcutters farm area, right? So many fights. I can already sense it. And this sort of a circle gives Stalwart at least 2 zones time to rotate. They'll rotate a bit slow. If they want to, they can rotate a bit slow. If they want to, they can rotate a bit fast. But then again, they have minimum 2 circles, starting with this one to rotate. Seal as well. DRS can stay in the center of the zone for them. Milta is a prime, perfect location.
Let's see. I mean, timing is going to be quite key in the mid-game situation with the rotations, as you said. But high voltage, look at them. The lads from Savage Esports are going to be quite close. JyanMaara looking for an opportunity to move quite safely towards Lipovka so that they can begin their start for this matchup. Again, a lot of the teams have had safe landing, so it's just that Rozok school position where a fight can break out. Apart from them, majority of the teams are going to be safe in the early stage. Look at Phantom Esports. They went to school once and got absolutely destroyed. And now they're just like, all right, Gutka Farms it is.
We're not going to go to school now. Not anymore. But then again, maybe they can just, so I would want to see if some team just, fights up with high voltage and they take down high voltage. Because right now, high voltage definitely that fighting stance they have, that is just so good. And, they are definitely just, going to enjoy it, to be honest, right now. Suzanne Gunnar. Moving forward, it looks like JyanMaara is doing pretty decent. In fact, the previous game it had its own ups and downs, in fact. But right now, they are moving in order to get a good place inside the zone and for their loot as well. Because right now, all they have is a few bandages here and there, maybe a few first aids and all, and obviously their vehicles.
Well, let's see. I mean, what the mid-game stage is going to look like. Not a lot of action expected in the early stages. Everyone, as you mentioned, will be looking for the loot. And it also becomes quite important that you have everything that you need before you start moving towards the eastern side where the circle is. Skylightz Gaming, although since they are on the western edge of the circle, they won't really need to worry too much about moving in the early stage of the match. They still can be quite patient, just stay here for the next 8 to 9 minutes and just be there protecting the entirety of Pachinki. On the other side, though, CD Esports towards the Military Island. Now, Military Island, a huge chunk of the island is inside the circle. And since it is leaning heavily towards the Nova Repnoy Bridge, I think that is where Stalwart Esports are going to think to spot out some action for themselves. Secure a few picks before they have to actually step into the arena of the main island where the majority of the fights are going to happen.
Yeah, probably. But then again, right now, Stalwart Esports, all right, these players, they are finding up good places for themselves as they are moving. They have this area for them to loot. They like to loot here. They are looting here. That's like their comfort zone for themselves. Talking about vibes, this team is doing pretty decent as well. I mean, I would say undoubtedly the finest team for this tournament right now from the South Asian region, doing amazing, incredible with their game plans, game senses, game styles. They just have it for themselves. Vibes players, they would want to just get a hold of a good loot, and then they'll just start moving out 290, 300, 400 meters outside the circle. So nothing wrong with that. IHC, now this team, they have to go inside the circle and they have to travel what, around 2000 plus distance. So for them, it might just be a bit challenging, but then they have pumpkin power.
I mean, had it been Halloween, this would have been a nice little buff, but it's still the month of April. Halloween is quite far away, so I don't think the pumpkin power is gonna do a lot.
Do that justice. But then Deadeyes Guys as well. So this name has always been there with Rozhawk to start off with, right? They always like to drop down to Rozhawk. They always like to just move from Rozhawk. Deadeyes Guys, since the early days of PMPL, Deadeyes Guys have just loved the area of Rozhawk, and I like it as well. Whenever a team is there, I mean, I still remember there have been different tournaments, there have been different teams from different regions coming up and going forward as well. But then again, there's one thing that always remains, and that is Deadeyes Guys. They'll always be in Rozhawk.
Well, yeah, I think that is never going to change. It's like same story of Stalwart Esports and the Stalwart Esports and Nova Repnon. That's Deadeyes Guys and Rozhawk, basically in a nutshell. But let's see. I mean, when it comes to their time to abandon their favorite city, will they be able to survive the rotations towards the open positions from Yasnaya Farm to Shelter? Because there is already a cluster forming up right ahead of them. It's not going to be an easy position to take control of. On the other side, though, look at Phantoms. Now, that is quite interesting, Ocean. A 4-man split rotation, and they're about to be caught off guard by Vibes.
Vibes. Yeah, Vibes is there. They will go for a few shots, 100% here and there. They're going to go for pretty good, pretty decent shots here and there. But then again, we'll see what happens after that. If the players just stop down and take up a few fights, I believe they would be stopping down. But then again, all right, high voltage. This is a team to look out for as of now. And it looks like Assassin is trying to give up a decent cover, a decent vision from the players' side. And Skylightz is coming up. That PMGC US looking too good. Really fine as the players are moving forward. A high voltage in their own Teslas as well, as they're just trying to move forward. And it seems like they want to stop in the open areas, unlike some other teams that like to just take the compounds, the houses and all those. But no, high voltage is like we'll sit down in an open field. And they've spotted down Skylightz. Or have they? They don't care, maybe. They're just looking forward to the other houses. I don't think so if they care about it or not.
I think they do not want to take this fight. Don't want to risk it, like just spraying down for no reason at all. I mean, from TRC's perspective, the lads from Skylightz Gaming are still a little too close, so they have the opportunity to go for it. And in fact, they have found one opening. AJ is knocked out. Anish was the man who made that happen, but can he secure the point as well?
Definitely is happening as of now as well, as you could just see the players just moving forward. AJ is just there. He's down. He's out. Cannot do much. Won't be surviving. I believe so. Rig with that motorcycle. Moving forward, has spotted down TRC's player Storm as he just goes to the left and Muffin Ninja goes to the right from the other direction, obviously. Lateral inversion. But then again, Skylightz, they have lost down on one potential player.
Well, let's see. One player out of the squad can, in fact, put a major impact on a team's fighting abilities, but talk about putting impacts in team fights. And, well, the OM can definitely do that for you, but not if it's in the water. Someone needs to go get this one. There's a tax stock for the rifles as well, along with the level 3 kit, which I think it's going to be quite important for the lads, especially the assaulters charging forward for the teams. But Mafia Ninja now he has taken control of quite an interesting compound over here, since it is on a slope, and escaping from this position does become quite tricky. It's quite open that you have to run towards the city, and it's not easy at all.
Look at JyanMaara. They are
Well, let's see DRS. This beautiful, beautiful Lamborghini, and Delta on the other side, just the normal one. They are in the middle of their rotation, just trying to see what the best position is going to be, which leaves them outside of the major action. Yeah.
JyanMaara on the other side, all right, no fear. We see these players as well. They're trying to just, find up a good place, good area for themselves as well. And it looks like they are succeeding in that. But then again, the next zones and all, we'll have to see where the circles, just go down. What happens with the zones? In fact, Savage has taken up a fight against Deadeyes Guys' players. I would love to see what happens, because Deadeyes Guys, Johnny, I don't know what is happening with them today. In fact, one of the games was good, but then again, we have to remember that it was only Fragboy Sir who did good by surviving. Other than that, there were mistakes.
Yeah. Other than that, there were quite a lot of mistakes, and I think they have still been trying to cover those up, but it's not been easy all this time. And still 16 teams remaining, 63 players alive. We expected this game to start off with a similar pace, but now the chaos is going to be there, as teams have in fact found their preferred compounds towards prison, towards Milta, towards farm, but the circle is about to move. The blue zone is closing in. Sanchir, it looks like he has the position of the players from the side of Deadeyes Guys, but is resisting taking these shots.
Yeah, that indeed is happening. Deadeyes Guys, we can spot them out in the open, and it looks like, look at Sanchi just trying to go for those fast peaks so that he does not get shot at all. Hershey, he's on the sidelines as well. Slipknot, all right, he's just inside the circle, barely inside the circle though. But then again, the zone might just be on him, might just move away. That's going to be a moment of truth. That's going to happen in less than 10 seconds, to be honest, right now. And there it is. Zone starts closing in. Phantoms players, they are just around. But then again, this sort of circle that still has water lines, obviously the water should leave, and yes, it does. But
well,
look at IHC coming up from the southern side.
I was gonna say.
Wait, why? Oh, IHC players, they're going down as well.
How did they even get there? That's the question. Like, have you seen the meme about the horse in the balcony, right?
Yeah, I have so many questions right now. But then Alex is down. Oh, Alex is down. Godless on the other side is trying to spot down a few players from Seal, and by the looks of it, Demo is quite close, but then Godless is the one taking a lot of damage on himself. Alex will go for the revive will happen on him, and then he needs to be there, but then Godless with his own grenade? Oh, the only player that can take Godless down is himself.
We have said that before as well, and even the last time he did it, he took himself down.
Yes.
This guy. This guy,
Soul's coming up, but then the finish happens, and I guess, no one gets his elimination. No one gets his elimination. All right.
Point denied. Easy top spot. But let's see, Skylightz Esports, they're not going to let this one go. At one point or the other, the lads from IHC are going to expose themselves, and IC is going to be the first one on the list. Get sprayed down completely, almost the entire clip of that M4, but no knocks, not enough damage to the vehicle to blow it up. IHC still managed to find a way to safety, and Zeol, the last player in the list, even he makes it.
Yeah, he does. And Baron just, on the backside now, they do understand that now it's a priority that the circle should just, be ours or something. Godless, he went down. We just saw that. And IHC is left with 3 players only. High voltage on the other side. This time they are not taking any early fights. Atrax, Yante gets taken down. Bishal needs to go for that first aid. Octopus is getting shot at as well as Jiggle just takes him out. Wow, that would have been a good spray, to be honest, as the player was in the beacon. Chante has moved forward with one more player of Atrax, and now look at this. They have a good area for themselves, but it seems like Jiggle, maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't, but he's closing in on Chante.
I mean, Jiggle is moving forward, but I wonder, I mean, if Joker is having like this flashbacks of what happened in the last game, and Chante has already started. Look at that, Vishal has been taken out. Now Malik, he's trying to provide some cover fire for his teammate. Chante trying to escape to the first floor, will not be allowed the opportunity to do so, and does in fact get finished. Atrax getting reduced to just the final player surviving the game. Quite a nice fight from the side of Vibes.
Quite a decent one, in fact, coming up. Vishal, he needs to be revived at this moment, and I get it, that will happen. That will happen soon. But this circle, I mean, where Vibes is, it's definitely the edge, so it will move away, and now they have another race of 400 plus meters to just, to conquer, to sprint off, to just move that area. So we'll see how that happens, as now probably in some time. All right, he needed that scope, and now I'm pretty sure they're going to be just ready, just taking that 6 times to the 3 times and all those things, just doing that. And Vibes players, well, they would want to move forward.
I mean, they are going to move forward, but this shift circle could have been much worse for them. But we'll talk about that later as ElementriX comes under fire. Mr. Yuzu and Liquid, all that remains from the team. Phantom Esports, they're not going to let this go. Yeta, he's cooked up a nade to see if he can take down Yuzu and Liquid, who are sort of regrouped in the same spot and are going to be facing an artillery strike basically on their location. But oh, Slipknot! Almost getting knocked out by the nade, takes a lot of damage. Yuzu is down to around 10 HP, but is going to use that first aid to bring himself into a fighting position.
Yeah. And Slipknot, he just went with the smoke for his own self. That is a good thing, as Slipknot wants to just stay in this smoke. ElementriX says Mr. Yuzu is on the other side. Liquid is there as well, as you can just see him. Slipknot smoke. One of the smokes, in fact, is fading away. Yuzu, he got a few shots on him, possibly from Hershey's side. But look at the Slipknot moving forward with the smoke. Now he's out in the open, though. He has that minute ridge cover for himself. But then again, he needs to take down Mr. Yuzu Evos if he can, as he's just there. And look at that. Yeah, cool. Now Yuzu's just moving forward from the sidelines. I guess he's spotted down. He is gonna go for the spray, but none of them is connecting as of now. But the shots are connecting on him from Savage's side. But then Anif takes down Liquid as well.
I think Savage Esports just got a bit confused, like who belongs to which team. We don't care. We just need those points.
Wow. But then again, Phantom, this time they want to make a good game for themselves, and they are trying to go for it. They are inside the circle as well. This is needed. This is important. This was necessary, but Liquid, all right, the revive happens on him. And if he's going to go with a good grenade for himself, actually goes for the throw. I want to see where the grenade just goes down and touches. If it does to the player, nope, it overshoot. And now Anif is going to move to the back lines. Phantom's players on the sidelines. And the circle's closing in as well. Liquid, no one's going to peek this one. I mean, come on, no one's going to peek this.
Oh yeah, this is not going to happen. He's just going to stay behind that cover. But on the other side, though, Dax have been shown the exit to the game, and just the final player that was surviving has finally been shut down. That's the first squad wipe of this match, by the way. 18 minutes is where the first team gets eliminated.
Yeah, that definitely is. And as of now, TRZ, they're struggling with the blue. Mad Cat has been taken down. Malik takes down Storm as well. That means TRZ is going to be in a whole world of trouble. But then Skylightz and these players are spotting down the other directions. And TRZ, they are on the verge of losing one more player. And there it is. TRZ, in fact, they get eliminated one by one as IHC was just coming down to a closer area. And Vibes was spotting and taking down the players from TRZ. It looks like Zeol wants to take up a part of this fight right now. He goes with a good grenade. It might just do damage. In fact, it does do the damage, and Malik wants to move forward. Jiggle's there as well. As Zeol's coming up. Yep, he indeed is jiggling, but the backup from Zeol's side has arrived as well. Oh, a good grenade on Zeol, takes him down. Jiggle just returning the favor, and he's the last one surviving. Icy is getting shot at from the backside, and it's probably JyanMaara, but a good grenade comes up, and it takes him out. Jiggle, what a brilliant grenade. He just sensed it. And well, his senses were right. But from the backlines, he could not see Skylightz coming.
Oh, Skylightz Gaming in a perfect spot to even put a lot of pressure on the players of IHC since, well, half the job was done by the team taking an early exit. But Atrax Esports, they're here for the rescue. Galzan trying to run on the first floor will be taken out. In fact, Nima and the rest of his teammates had already abandoned them, thinking about the push ahead. And it's not going to work out for Skylightz Gaming as the last two players, Nima and Mafia Ninja, they're now stuck on this slope. IC has been knocked out, but Alex can, in fact, provide a decent cover fire from the backlines. But that is not all Skylightz Gaming they have to worry about. They have to worry about the entirety of Atrax Esports that's on their back right now, and they're chasing them down.
Yeah, they definitely are going to go for that chase for themselves. But then again, you see Alex on the back lines. IHC, they need points. They need important points. Stalwart as well. These teams are struggling somehow, and the struggle is real for them. Extreme, he understands that Seal is on the back lines, but he wants to go for the fight. Extreme takes down Leo. All right, that happened. But then, what a Ramen comes in from Wally, and he takes down Extreme.
Well, let's see, important takedown. And over on this side, though, DRS, they are against T2K. Delta, Rebel knocked out. Killer YT is still standing, though, using a lot of utility to try and take down the players of T2K, but it's going to take a massive hit to the face. The next one, he does run away from it. It looked like it was bouncing towards him. Killer has to run quite a distance back to avoid the damage. But while all this is happening, T2K have managed to, in fact, put the lads from DRS away from their knocked out comrades, and that's just going to result in the players just bleeding to their demise. 9 teams, 29 players surviving. T2K, they realize they have to take the high ground, otherwise they're going to be stuck on the slope forever.
They're definitely going to be just stuck onto the slope forever, as in all of these situations it is happening. But then again, we'll see what goes on forward with the fights right now. T2K Legend is on low HP. He needs to heal. Legend needs to heal in all these situations. Jules is on the sidelines right now. Jane goes down. T2K, it's a bit of a struggle that they are on for themselves, and they would well not want to actually go for the struggle. But then again, it is happening. Rules on one side. Legend is going to go with nade of his own. He knows it's important for his other teammates to survive, and that's why he needs to create that pressure on the lower side, on the lower ground, as DRS is just around that area. And well, situations are not looking good, but look at that, a few shots were connected from his side. DRS, the players are down and out by no fear from JyanMaara.
Well, DRS, they have been eliminated. We're down to finally 8 teams, but an amazing play being made by Sandesh from T2K as he went over the ridge, took down the players from Raw, and then now resorted to falling back towards his team as he couldn't do much. He was outnumbered on the other side. But still, dishing out the damage is going to result in Raw being in a very uncomfortable spot. Look at Kazi, he's the last player surviving for the team, is going to go for a revive onto Rig as he gets himself to safety inside that house. But this is an opportunity that Deadeyes Guys were waiting for now. They have reset time available. They can give those revives and heal up and then be in fighting position soon. But True Love, he's quite low and he is bleeding out. Fragboy far away from his teammate. Will they be able to make it? Will the revive be secured? That is going to be quite important for the team. But as we look at the action, Raw, they have this watchtower in their control, but it's not going to be easy to find a winning position in this match from here, because a few moments in, the blue zone is going to be here and they will be forced to move and abandon their cover.
Shari on the other side, just around that woodcutters area. We've talked about this, right? Woodcutters area is going to be really important, and we're going to see a lot of fights. And Sajid, oh, he barely survives. One more shot onto him would have taken him down. But then again, he gets that time. He just runs away to a good place. 6 teams, 15 plus surviving right now. JyanMaara, Raw, they're just there. T2K is here as well. Seal, all right, gets taken down. In fact, now we're down to 5 teams as No Fear is trying to take down the players from Skylightz as they are trying to survive, as Muffin Ninja is the last one here. And T2K, JyanMaara, they have 2 players. Muffin Ninja, he's going to go for the heal. He's going to go for the heal. No, he cannot. He goes down. And that is an end for Skylightz as well. Look at this T2K. What is happening with them as they are just doing really good for themselves as another one goes out and T2K follows up. Savage versus Raw. Savage, if the Mongolian teams are not doing good, Savage wants to just change that team from Mongolia. And Raw, well, we were missing this team. Now they are here among top 2.
I mean, definitely. Savage Esports managed to be super consistent in this week. To be a little bit more precise, 9 eliminations secured already, and it's going to be a complete 3v3 between them and Raw Esports. Kazi, Nemesis, and Rig up against Eisenberg, Anif, and Sanchir from the side of Savage Esports. And both the teams know exactly where they need to aim to take down the opposition. Let's see when that final collision is going to happen. Wait. Just tossing out a bandage for Rig. Like, yeah, here you go. Take this.
Kazi on the back line, Strick is here as well. No fights happening, but think about it, Johnny. No team is inside the circle. No team is inside the circle out of this too. It's a proper 3-on-3 fight that is happening. Reg does not have any eliminations, but well, he can get 3 from here at least. And look at that. Throwable, just there. But then again, look at that, first aid or bandage, whatever. It just shows that bandage sign. It just shows the bandage sign. It might just be a first aid. It'll still show the bandage sign somehow. But then again, Anif is just on the back line. Sanchir is there as well. I guess they understand where Raw's players are. But what are they doing? Are they getting damage from the blue? I don't know. Raw is not moving forward. Raw still there. And the zone is to arrive. Now, 80 plus meters is the distance that Savage has to get to, be inside the circle, and Raw needs to move forward as well. Sanchir, all right, he gets to a decent position, gets to a decent place, will actually make up a good cover for themselves. And Raw's players, they are in a struggling stance, Johnny. They have to move out in the open if they want to take up a good fight. And for them, moving out in the open means they can be spotted down. They can be shot at from the other direction. Rig, I guess he understands the airdrop actually holds down a player onto the back lines. He will go for a good nade, but Sanchir, he moves out.
Yeah, I mean, Sanchir, he came, he stole all the stuff from the airdrop, and now he's just backed off with the loot that's there. Utility is going to be a very important thing in this final collision. As you mentioned, now Raw, finally, they have sort of built up the courage to move forward out in the open towards these logs. And Kazi, even though he has taken a lot of damage, is going to be right next to Rig, who's also down to around 50% HP. No time to heal up. They have to catch them off guard, and Sanchir has been spotted out by Rig. If he can connect that first shot, headshot, and take Sanchir down, like super quickly, then he has the opportunity to shut down Anif as well. But Sanchir, look at him, so close. Now Rig, he's trying to move as quietly as possible, finds himself right next to the two players of Savage Esports, and this is going to be a brilliant play. Look at Rig, look at his face. In fact, his eyes are just focused. He's looking at the screen with extreme focus right now, zoned in on the play that he's about to make. Switching to FPP now. Savage Esports, they've crossed him. He has their back, he sees their back. He's about to start shooting, lines them up. One player down, but that's going to be it. It's a complete 2v2 with Kazi a little bit low on the HP. Nemesis has also taken some damage. Anif and his teammate Eisenberg, they're still surviving. Sanchir, he's getting a revive.
Oh, Nemesis!
3v2 situation. Nemesis going for a push up against Anif. It's not going to be easy.
Why?
So close to getting knocked out, but still survives. Now he's down. Raw Esports, a blunder towards the end, and it's a 1v3 finish. Savage Esports walking away with $1,000 and the chicken dinner win.
I mean, I get it. That rush had to happen, right? You were spotting down the players. You wanted to take them down. But then again, you could not take a hold of the other players that were coming from the right-hand side. And that's how Savage, they get a good win for themselves. A brilliant winner with a chicken dinner. 12 eliminations, 2,000 plus damage, 27 points, and 8th position in the overall ranking. Savage, well, they played it brilliantly. When the other Mongolian teams were not performing, this team just steps up.
I mean, definitely. And it has been the case since, I guess, the start of this Super Weekend, that every single day that Stalwart Esports, IHC, and Seal Esports failed to show up, Savage Esports like, all right, this is our time to shine. This is the time we are going to seize. This is the opportunity that we are going to seize and secure some extra points for us. Yesterday, we saw them make their way into the top 10, and today it's going to be all about pushing further from there. And this is just things getting started. But also, I mean, Raw Esports, I have to give them props. It was just that once, not even a mistake, I would call it. The smoke did not completely dissipate, not allowing Rick to see, have clear vision of the rest of the opponent. So he just started shooting, I believe, based on the sound cues, and kind of hit a panic moment when the other two players also were firing in his direction. So it could have worked out for him had he taken down one more player. Then it would have been all the odds in the favor of Raw Esports, and it would have been their chicken dinner. But still, a top 2 finish is not too shabby. It's just the $1,000 you missed out on, and you have opportunity in the next week to secure that.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. But then again, I believe Johnny will have quite a lot of things to talk about with
Yes.
this game and the upcoming games as well, because this one was just an incredible one. But we will see you guys after a short break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean, and what a day we are having! All the 3 games we have had so far have been super quick finishes, and even the last one, an amazing winner chicken dinner being secured by
It's
Savage Esports. And if you guys want to do the same, let me remind you though, the Oppo F21 will be out soon. So
yeah,
as soon as it's out, grab the device because it will help you get
Johnny.
those winner chicken dinners. Yeah.
It's like living the day in like 1.2 times the actual time or something. We
Yeah.
are having fast games, to be honest. Right off the bat, we saw a really fast Erangel with 3 or 4 teams getting eliminated in the second circle only. But then again, that was a different Wrangle. This time it was a different Wrangle. Let's talk about this game. And well, we'll start off with the stats of the most valuable player from the lobby in this one, which obviously just comes up as Eisenberg. 5 eliminations, 647 damage. He definitely is the one who knocks. And 4 assists coming up, 2 knocks coming up from him. 25 plus minutes of survival time, 25:43 is what we can just read right now. And he did really good. But then again, it's not just about one player. It obviously just comes up with the multiple players that are going to be just showcased in top 5 players. And I'm pretty sure the stats will showcase their incredible feat of strength, as they got such a brilliant game, such a brilliant circle impact coming down onto the woodcutters area. And you don't have much covers, but then you have slight covers for yourselves. And Kazi from Raw comes up with the 5 eliminations as well. 602 damage, 26 plus minutes of survival time coming up for him. Anif with 25 minutes of survival time and 3 eliminations with 800 plus damage. Then it is Wally from Seal, and Hershey from Savage comes up again with 4 eliminations, 502 damage, but only 22 minutes of survival time. Wally's there with 21 minutes of survival time as well. So yeah, it's pretty decent for all these players with the fights that just they were part of.
Exactly. I mean, I was talking about Savage. This is the start, right? Since the week one, I was saying this team has the fragging capabilities, and right now they're actually able to deliver it so well too. And Nifo as well is going to be there on the top players of that previous game. Hershey too has found himself in the top players of that previous game. If you take a look at the stats comparison too, Savage Esports is just miles away from Raw.
Yeah, they are there. But then again, you know, if you talk about it, Raw and Savage, they had a brilliant 3v3 fight in the final circle. Savage, the damage received is 619 for them, 128 coming up for Raw, which obviously just, you know, comes up around double digits and all that. That just showcases that Savage was taking fights efficiently for themselves, as almost 2400 damage dealt and 600 damage taken, showcases that they were 4 times more aggressive than they were passive, right? That's the way, just, you know, if you can look it onto this one. So yeah, I get it. 5 eliminations from Kazi, just like we talked about it. Talking about the assist, Eisenberg had the most assists for themselves, in fact, and it just came up quite good.
Exactly, and Nifo too is right there with the 840 highest damage wrapped up in that previous game. Eisenberg as well with the highest assist, as you mentioned. Longest distance limb though, Manish is going to be the one who's going to take the cake in that, as the Nifo again with the highest knock has found himself in. This in itself shows that every single player from the side of Savage is kind of like they're capable of making those solo plays happen, and this is personally that really does make a star team overall. But then again, we've seen, right, sometimes having all-star lineup as well can spoil the team.
Yeah, that's just, you know, how it is if you just talk about it. But then again, these players, they managed to have good games for themselves. Look at this though. Savage, we talked about this team, right? Raw is there. T2K did really good. In fact, T2K has had a good day today, coming up with their different games and different maps. And DRS, well, they struggled a bit, given the fact their previous map was quite a decent one. This time the struggles were there. And talking about Vibes, in fact, a team that got a chicken dinner in the first game, this time they had their own shares because they were high on eliminations, but placement points is where they just could not capitalize. But Stalwart, man, Stalwart, what has happened?
And this is what I've really noticed, right? Usually the teams that are all the way in the top, that are on the high leaderboards, they usually tend to like dial things down in the week 2, because they know they've already pretty much made it in the top 3. They pretty much know they were the most dominating team. So in week 2, I feel like is the week 2 of them trying to just you know, mess around with other teams. They're just trying to practice some new strats. I don't exactly know what goes on, but that's what I've noticed. The top tier teams that are all the way in the leaderboard tops, they tend to just tone things down, and that's something I really don't exactly know what goes on in their brain. There could be a lot of things. Now, we don't exactly know because we, of course, don't really talk to these players individually, but yeah, that's something that I've been noticing. But Ocean, talk about having a good day, man. I've been having a bad day today, bro. Can you make me feel at home? Can you comfort me?
Let's just talk about the game right now. That's why? But then again, if we want to go for the comfort zone, right? There's like these players just, you know, like to go for their own comfort zone. So let's actually have a look at the special match that we have every day, the team death match that, you know, is definitely just, you know, gonna be out there. But then before that, we will just talk about Savage's their winning path. If we just talk about, because they like to move to the areas around Yasnaya in a weird split. You can see them, right? One player goes to the God building, the other one goes to the U building of Yasnaya, and from there they start moving. But you can see a few other players as well that are just, you know, dropping in different areas. One of the players likes to drop down to the backside, the Snake Road. From there, they definitely just, you know, take up a decent vehicle for themselves, and then they move to Yasnaya as well. That is a standard rotation. From Yasnaya, the team starts rotating together. That's like the phase 1 of their part of their rotations. Then they take up the fights, they see where the circle is, and then they start moving up. I believe this sort of a rotation just, you know, helps you clear out your mind for a while. You can just, you know, maybe take up a few rotations for like what is it, like 1, 2, 3, 4 zones is something that you can play comfortably. That's what Savage does. This time they have been doing that, and they have been gathering good points as well in that.
Yeah, indeed, they have really been gathering good points, and that's what's something I really wanted to see, especially from a team like Savage. As I said, coming inside this PMPL, I had a lot of expectations from Savage, and now they're actually able to deliver too. A new name stepping themselves up. Of course, a couple of players are known from the past as well, but still, Savage showing themselves up so huge over here. And this is something that is really making me personally happy. As you guys can see, even the rotation here. Then later on, especially, I mean, the zone was really close to them, so they didn't really have to use a lot of brain to try and rotate in. All they needed to do was just try and figure out some pathways, send a player to try and scout the areas out. Of course, they knew that maybe took a little bit of tricky pathways in the end. And luckily, they also were the place where they rotated, the circle also shifted right on top of them. And then later on, they didn't really have that tough of a time to just rotate in. But still, Savage is one of those teams that has swept their way in. The zone, even though it did gift them, but still, Savage, they were fighting all the way through.
This circle shift, just as this last circle just shift quite close to the Savage players, they were really confident. They felt that confidence for themselves, because Raw's players, they were outside the zone. In fact, not exactly outside the zone, but they had to get into, in order for them to just get inside the circle, they had to just slowly and steadily move forward. They tried to move forward, but then again, that circle coming up from the back lines and the open area up front was not just good for them, and that just went quite bad for them, and that just costed them 3 points, and not just 3, even in fact $1,000 as well. That's important as well. We love money, we know it like that. That just gets down to it. But then again, we will be moving forward with that TDM right now, just like the one that we were promising you, and I believe we'll see what happens. But before that, we will be moving up with the Oppo F21 Pro moments of this game. And look at this. Right off the bat, we did not see much of the fights happening, but then the early elimination that happened was onto the 8-minute mark. But after that, such a good fight happened around the IHC side, the Brit side that was just going forward with.
And he still wins that fight. He jigs out of a moving vehicle. He still wins that fight right there. Vibes, man. Don't know. I mean, they've already gotten a chicken dinner on their name today, and they're really looking phenomenal so far today. Indeed, Vibes is one of those names that we know has been pretty much like a burning torch of consistency, and it's going to be really tough to try and just take him out of that spot. Skylightz Gaming as well, somewhere down the line, just getting here and there, some couple of eliminations to try and wrap up around. And as I said, Savage was one of those teams that were fighting their way through inside the zone just to find that sweet little spot for themselves, just to be in the prime spot. Savage, they pretty much deserved and they owned that spot in the end. High Voltage too, not gonna lie, Ocean, today's day for High Voltage, they've been looking on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, High Voltage, just like we said, they are already on that YOLO approach for themselves, right? Already with that YOLO approach, they're like, we have to just be in top 16. We are going for that. In that, we have less number of games as compared to the other teams, because the other teams definitely they are playing, but they have their momentum of the first Super Weekend and all those things. There are a few teams that haven't played the first, that have played the first Super Weekend but haven't played this one. So that's the thing. That's where High Voltage is capital. And look at this. Nemesis moved forward. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was just the eagerness that just went forward with. But then again, Raw, the players were taken down, and Savage, look at them just being really happy. They enjoyed it. They earned it. They got it for themselves, and they got 20. As of now, how many dollars does Mongolia have overall? We've lost count. We've lost count, to be honest. But then again, they had 12 points in this one in terms of elimination, with 2,377 damage numbers. That's really good.
Yeah, that is something that's absolutely nuts if you talk about Savage. 12 elimination points too to wrap it up. Then Raw as well, right underneath him with 8 elimination points and 1608 damage dealt from their side. TDK2, 7 and 1,160 damage dealt. Overall, the teams that are pretty much in the top 5, they've dealt 1,000 plus damage other than Skylightz Gaming. And as I said, Skylightz Gaming were one of those teams that are toning things down a little bit as well. And I personally don't know what exactly is the reason for that, because inside this PMPL, we aren't really seeing the prime Skylightz Gaming that we saw last year, huh?
I mean, yeah, mistakes are there with Skylightz. And talking about the mistakes, right? The first mistake is obviously, I won't call it a mistake, but then again, I would call it the adaptation. The adaptation of the fact that, the then DRS, now Skylightz Gaming, used to go to Yasnaya for the starters, right? They know their rotation from Yasnaya, but now that they are just switching up the drops, maybe sometimes going to the northern Georgia Pole, sometimes going to Pochi, like all those areas, they're still trying. It feels like they're trying to figure it out, and
yeah,
that's some sort of a thing that just is not working up for them as of now. I hope it does once the finals arrive and all those things. We'll see. But right now, Seal with 350 plus points coming up, Stalwart 315, IHC 306. These three teams, three Mongolian giants are there with 300 plus points for themselves. Then comes Vibes, which has just been playing phenomenal, 283 points. Then Deadeyes Guys. I mean, Vibes, even if they mess up an entire day, Deadeyes Guys will still need to take like a lot of matches to catch up to them. 283, 282, 228.
Yeah, so for now at least, they have a huge cushion to play around with, and they can rely on that for a long time. And this is what is really separating from the 5th to the 4th spot. Then you take a look at TDK, which is right underneath Deadeyes Guys. Not a lot of difference to play with. So Deadeyes Guys, every single game for them too, they will need to make sure it's being consistent, unless all they care about is just being in the top 16. Then maybe it doesn't really matter for teams like those. Skylightz Gaming too, even though the games aren't really going that great, they're still able to wrap up a couple of points here and there. On 9th position, they found themselves. Phantom Esports, one of those teams, came inside and has surprised all of us too. Stalwart Esports, you mentioned today, they've been toning things down, they've been dialing things down, and this is something that I've been noticing over here too. I mean, I don't exactly know what's going on, but in week 2, some of the big teams, they tend to just dial things down. And this is not just something that I'm noticing in this region, in other regions too. Moving on to the other half of the leaderboard, as you can see in the overall rankings, Raw is on the 11th spot, ElementriX on 12th. ElementriX yesterday had quite a phenomenal day. Today as well, they're trying to replicate the same thing, but they're not really able to just show up to the mark.
Yeah, not really able to just, get to that point for themselves if we just talk about it. But then again, that's a different story. That's just a different, vibe coming up. But then again, TRZ, for them, catching down on Venom Legends, I don't think so that's happening. That might as well. I mean, they still have 2 games left, but they'll have to have perfect 2 games if they want to catch up Venom Legends right now. Still, they're at 15th position. That's good. JyanMaara, although, with the next game, if they just, survive till the 12th position as well, with no eliminations, they will surpass Venom Legends. The points are tied. They will just, surpass Venom Legends. But then again, we will be moving on for Sanhok. But before Sanhok, that little itsy-bitsy surprise is going to just, arrive as well. We'll definitely find out which teams are going to be playing. What do you think which teams are there? I mean, I think a voice in my head just, said a few names, but I'm just not exactly sure about that. Do you reckon?
Ooh. No, I got no clue.
I feel like there was some voice in my head, but then again, we'll see the teams. Yeah. Let's just keep that for a surprise right now. I would want to ask from the audience, which teams do you want to see playing that TDMs, to be honest, because that is... that is a really, really fun thing to just, watch up with all these players, just, enjoying their own time for themselves, coming up with some decent gaming strategy, I would say, just, trying to maybe set up I would want to say, we could have just started off with a series like set up a world record or something in how fast you can eliminate your opponents and all those things, maybe in 3 minutes, maybe in 4 minutes, maybe in 2 minutes and all those things. So we could have tried that, but then again, that's not happening as of now.
I feel like for that, we'll have to create a complete new series, right? It's like the world record series. And then where we just like get to the best teams in the world to play against each other in the TDM and then just try to be like, all right, trying to eliminate yourself as quick as possible. If you do so, you guys are ready. Or maybe what you can do is take a complete noob squad and take a complete pro squad and be like, eliminate them as quick as possible.
I mean, we'll see though. If we talk about that, that's those are obviously conversations for different times. But right now, in a while, I'm pretty sure the lobby is getting made. The players are getting ready for themselves, and then they'll just start off with those fights. I would want to see those pans happening, just like we have had this conversation, right? The pan fights happening. I would want to have a TDM with the pan fight only. If it happens, right? Everyone's just coming up with throwables or maybe punches and all those things, just in the center compound and all those things. That would be really, really fun for maybe 10 minutes or something, and we'll see at the end what happens and what not. But yeah. Plus, it's rare that sometimes TDM goes for a draw. I would want to see a draw happening between 2 teams or something by at the end of the 10-minute marker, or if that happens.
I mean, again, as you said, it's quite rare, right? And it's going to be really tough, right? Because both these teams are one of the top tier teams. And that's probably not going to be the case. That's never going to happen. A draw, it's like pretty much like such a rare moment in general. But yeah, talking about the TDM too, we did see Savage in the past. Now, Savage was one of those teams in the week 1, if I remember. They were all the way in the, I mean, kind of on the bottom of the board. And they had a TDM with one of the big teams out there. Don't exactly remember the name, But again, I mean, I had faith in them. I was like, all right, you know what? Savage has got the gun power. I've seen them play in the past too. The way they play, knowing each and every single player's got the mechanical skills, and they probably will win. So if you ask me which 2 teams I want these TDM to happen between, so I would say Savage and Vibes. I feel like that's a good choice.
That is a good choice. For me, it's going to be IHC versus Stalwart. I would want to see them just,
Ooh, that's a
and
good one
I would
too.
not want just one TDM to be in between. I would want it to be like a BO3 series, something, some sort of a thing, right? Coming up with three different games coming up. But then again, this time we have two teams. One of them 7C, and the other one, if I'm not wrong, is going to be Train to Kill. We'll see what happens when that one TDM, as it will just come up in front of us in a while. These players are definitely going to be ready, and well, I'm pretty sure they're going to be just reloading their M4s right now.
Well, I mean, 7C isn't even playing in this Super Weekend week 2, but hey, again, I mean, this is just for the warm-up, right, to the week 3. Get ready, locked in and loaded 7C, because you guys will need to deliver on the deck right there. On the other hand, TDK, they've been doing phenomenal in week 2. It's like a complete new breath of fresh air for this side of TDK. On the other hand, though, again, as we were talking about teams that are still sitting out in week 2, there are a couple of teams, for example, 7C, that made it in week 1, but they did not really show themselves up in that great of fashion, including 1952 too. Imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be there on moving on in the week 3. Of course, this is the final day. This is the day 3 of week 2. And we talk about it, right? On the latter half of the board, already on day 3, there's already there's quite a lot of pressure to play around with. So ElementriX as well, they will need to try and bring up some element of surprise moving on forward in the Sanhok map. But before that, we talked about the TDM. We promised you guys, and this is the team deathmatch between TDK and 7C. Let's find out who's going to be the champion here.
Both the teams are definitely ready, and we are crossing down to the first a few minutes right now. 10-minute marker has started. The timer has started. Legend, it looks like he's just moving left and right. He spotted on one of the players, and oh, that flash onto him. But still, he managed to take the player down to low HP. But then again, he was taken down. That flash was really good. Plus, Aku's using a Vector.
Ooh, dude, I've been seeing those Vectors too, and I'm not going to lie. I hate players who use Vectors in TDMs, man. Why? Okay, I'm not going to rant. But yeah, Jane over here behind this little concrete. He will also be flushed out because of the nade. Did realize he would have taken a bit of damage if he did not do so. But yeah, Vector, man, I'm not going to lie. This is one of those guns that is really annoying for me personally when I'm playing the game.
It does happen sometimes, right? Vector, I would say it's a pretty good weapon, but then again, I miss the old times when we used to have the Vectors on 0.45 and all those. Like, those were the early times of the game when UMP used to be a 9mm weapon and Vector used to be a 0.45. Then they actually just switched it out, and the damage stats obviously just changed its own toll, with the damage increasing up for UMP, and the movements and all those things. They do happen. Precious already, whatever he has, maybe a pistol as well. He was just using that right now. Now he's going to go for the grenade. Let's see if he can just catch someone with that. Does not. Goes for the reload. Spots down one player on the left hand side. Oh, that's a good spray coming up, and he takes him out with a perfect ease. And another one might just be there, but then again, he did not have any bullets.
Unfortunately, needed a fresh magazine. I got taken down. 7C though, they still are on a nice lead against TDK, and that's something TDK will need to try and compromise on now, because if they don't capitalize right now, the lead will be taken even more higher. Oh, TDK, they're trying to make in some sneaky angles. Ripson will finally rip a player apart in the front. Realizes he's also getting pushed on, but oh, he takes a little bit of blow on the head. Will be shut down instantly right there. 7C memo too. Oh man, I like the skin that he has. Ooh.
Oh. And what a good one. What a good one coming up. Best Precious just loves that nade. Memo was there, but then again, he survives. And now Sandesh from the other side takes one. Memo takes the other one as well, as both teams are trying to do everything. 14-16 is the score line. 7C's players are doing really good. In fact, they're denying the drop shot somehow. And look at that. It's 14-19 all of a sudden. They are going to be touching down the half-point marker probably.
And TDK, oh, look at the shots that they're taking. Suyog now is going to put Precious down to sleep, and he's just going to keep on marching on in. He's trying to get another player on the back foot too, but that's a great shot with the AWM, and oh, this man has got nerves of steel, I'm not going to lie. He's just trying to push on in with the AWM, just trying to hit those nice no-scopes on Jane, but Jane, oh, now he'll try to retaliate back. He's quite low, doesn't really have the HP to support him, will eventually fall down.
They will, and now look at this. So you just, wait, did I just read it right? Did I read it right? So you just used a bolt action? Wow. Right now, Precious just used a P18C. Wow, what is happening in the stadium? Everyone's just, using any weapon that they can just find and get. And yes, Suyog is using a bolt action for himself. He just takes down one of the players though. He has 4 kills for himself. Team has 21. It's 21-28. So that means that T2K, they are just, having fun with the CDM, just kind of trying to go with the aim practice, all those. So he was taken down. Legend on the other side, just, trying to do everything in his favor, in his power, if he can. Would want to go for the nade, but now he spots down the player right in front of him. But look at that. Memo with that AWM. A body shot, and Legend was done for.
When you talk about P18C, I still remember when you tried to P18C me, man. You remember that day?
Yeah, that was easy. But then again, right now it's 24-34 as we see the scoreline. 7C's just out there. Jane, everyone's just trying to go for it. Precious gets blown into smithereens now. Memo has last bullet. He wanted to make it count, but then again, the weapon damage from the other side did happen. 7C, the players are there. 27-37 is the scoreline. 28-37, I believe it might just be an easy one for 7C though. T2K is just out there. They are trying to go with that. Oh, that P18C coming up, and one more death. That would actually just come down for the win. But look at that as Jane goes with his own M24. They're going with the pan as well. Anything that they can find, punches, pans, and there it is. The burn happens as it was a 29-40.
Well, I mean, there were only 3 players on the side of TDK, but still, damn, they're actually going for a pan in the end. That's something that I really liked. But hey, still 7C. They come out on top in that previous fight right there. Even though they're sitting out, they still have some words to say, and they pretty much tried to describe that with those TDM. Some great frags, of course, and with the P18C, also got some nightmares back in my head. Ocean, you better not do that to me again.
We'll see. But talk about this one, right? Memo with those 12 eliminations for himself was doing really good. I mean, 7C, they had their own composure for themselves. It was just a fun match, although on the other side. So we know it, right? No one takes it with that sort of a seriousness. They do like it. They enjoy it. And that's the important part of it. Like, this is sort of a something that is, a thing to just depressurize your mind from all the serious tense situations that you face in the game. And well, that is what is happening in this one. So yeah, it's pretty good, and the players, they enjoy it, they like it. They were using M24s, they were using AWMs, they were using pans, the punches, P18Cs, anything that they can just get their hands on. So it's good.
Exactly. I mean, anything you can get your hands on. But now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok, and something that every single team in here is going to be a little terrified about, because you never know where the circle is going to be panning out in the end circles and which team's going to be graced with its presence, or is it just going to completely shift out in the open in no man's land? You never know what's going to happen in the map of Sanhok. It just brings in a lot of randomness sometimes too. And those third parties. Huge fan of those third parties. I've seen some teams go down to the most unfortunate circumstances in the past as well. Sanhok is just a roller coaster of emotion, and I just can't wait for it to start, right? Because we talked about the latter half of the board. Teams like ElementriX now, it's their time to try and take a revenge.
Yeah, I mean, probably we'll just see what happens in the game, but then again, it also comes down to how the circle's gonna fall, right? Where the circle's gonna go. Maybe it's Query, maybe it's Bootcamp, maybe it's on the other islands, the Camp Alpha Islands and all. Maybe it's on the Ruins, because if we're talking about ElementriX, right, they like to drop down to Ruins area. They have a split Ruins drop in which one of the players goes to the southern side of Bootcamp. From there, he goes to the L apartments, L buildings that are on the Ruins Island. Right from there, they start just moving forward. So we'll see how it happens. So yeah.
Well, it seems like we do have a little bit of call from the production. We need to push to a short break. Well, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League 2022. We're currently in the day 3 of the Super Weekend 2. And, well, of course, I'm going to be myself, Necro. John, alongside with me is Ocean. He's been here for a long time today as well. And he's been watching how teams been playing so far. Savage 2, they showed themselves up in quite a great fashion in the previous game. And this is something I talked about personally. One of those teams that I was really eyeing out for. Now, one of those teams that I'm really going to be eyeing out for are the latter half of the board. And moving inside on the map of Sanhok, they have a lot of chances to try and get those points for themselves. Of course, one of those being, or the main priority can also be for those teams, is the med strat, because we've seen it can be really viable in these kind of situations.
I mean, it always is, but then the players, it's like, they are not using it as per se. They would want to, maybe they are not. They are not just making it a part of their game. Maybe they're just, looking for the future perspective with them, the future perspective that just comes up that once the damage just changes up or something, we still need to get to the fight. And then again, we've talked about this as well, they would not go for the heal battle unless they have only one player surviving, and that too, it's a matter of like getting those points, those important points and all. But then again, we'll see what happens in the game as the match is about to begin.
And the match is about to begin, and as the plane also is going to be flying on top, the plane fly path this time is going to be starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards Lakavi. Pretty much equally distributed plane fly path. All the teams are not really going to have a lot of trouble to try and go to the drop locations that they want to. ElementriX is one of those teams that I'm going to be eyeing out for, including High Voltage. High Voltage so far in day 3, they have been having a phenomenal day. And I'm pretty sure it will just keep on rolling up, because High Voltage coming inside the tournament had a lot of expectations, but in week 1, they completely faltered off. They did not even qualify in the week 1. And now in week 2, they're able to qualify. And so far in day 3, they're living up to their name. They're living up to the mark. Moving on forward, TRZ2 is one of those teams that barely qualified in the week 2 on the 16th spot, if I'm not wrong. And it really did came down to that last second of the league play in week 2. Circle is going to be equally divided all 3 of the islands, and now this is also going to be creating a lot of mysterious aura. All the teams, they will be a little shaken with this one.
Yeah, they would be just a little bit just shaken with all these things. I mean, this sort of a circle, it might just go to Camp Alpha, it might not go to Camp Alpha. I like one of the things that TRZ has definitely just straight up changed their drop location since last time Deadeyes Guys just took a toll on them yesterday. So they were like, nope, we don't want to be a part of this. But then again, now their contestation comes up with Phantom. That's really close to them. We talked about ElementriX's players just going for that split, the Ruins plus that the certain side of bootcamp split that they like to do. They are there. Hyozu will go to that L buildings that just are on the edge, and they would just want to go for the loot for themselves. DRS on the southern side, they always like to drop to that area. They know their rotations. They rotate a bit slow because they give ElementriX and Raw their own time to just move out of the places. Then they just start on their own move action. If we just talk about him, Pekka as well, they have this own area for themselves. That is bootcamp, the prime location. That's always theirs.
Yeah, and if you talk about action, of course, he's currently the elimination leader tier with 77 elim and 16,520 freaking 3 damage. That in itself is just some insane numbers put up by a solo man from the squad of Stalwart Esports, and we know what this man is capable of. Seen a little bit of glimmers in the past too, and I'm pretty sure he's going to try and keep the glimmers up or even make a clearer vision in this game. As on second place is going to be Wally from the side of Seal with 72 limbs and pretty much almost equal amount of damage. Actually, more than action. 16,639 damage dealt from the side of Wally from Seal. But for now, I'm going to hold on to my words as Manish's position is being spotted. But just because he was punch boosting, did not really hear his sound coming through. Manish now is going to also try to lob on in. Nade across the corner. But what a nade from the side of Nexi. Vexy tried to just find a little bit of opening right there. Was not really able to do so. Another Molotov to follow it up. Maybe thinks that he's in the closet room, but that's not the case.
But then again, TRZ, they have lost down one of their players, right? On the other side, as JyanMaara's players were still taking up a fight with them. Phantom on this side, and this is not looking good for Manish. Their players are just, being isolated from each other, and that's where they're losing up the fights one by one. TRZ, another one just, goes down and out. Those are 2 big blows to TRZ, and I don't know how they'll recover from this one. Today, in Miramar as well, it was not their game, not their day. In Sanhok, well, they're off to not a good start. Let's see how they go for the end.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned there. Let's see how things are going to be looking like in the future line too, right? Because they barely qualified in the week 2. And considering that fact, there are some of the teams like Venom Legends that are sitting out, right? And week 3, I'm pretty sure Venom Legends, they're going to give it all they have. So TRZ, we don't even exactly know if they're going to be making it inside the Super Weekend in the week 3. That in itself is just going to be adding so much problems or so much pressure already on the players of TRZ. And this is how something really went down. Wow, a stylish way to enter the fray and an easy takedown, and that's what you call easy clap.
Well, that was a good knock that just came here on the players, and I'm pretty sure they would have just loved it. They would have. But TRZ's for, I mean, what can he do? What can he do except just staying there? Look at him. He's just giving callouts to his one more teammate. That's Mad Cat. But then he has been spotted down by Pika. This is not looking good for him. He's just trying to move to the different direction. And TRZ, well, another one will go down. That means only one player survives. Try, he definitely just takes the player down. Mad Cat, he's just there. But then again, if he goes down, TRZ's done for.
Oh, Mad Cat barely able to make it back to safety. And I exactly don't know. Why was Mad Cat not providing that backup fire from the top? He could have tried and saved his teammates Fardine's life, but he did not do so. And yeah, now he's on a run. Yeah, he's on a run. He doesn't even have a lot of meds to play off of with. He only has 2 first assists to play with. Probably going to patch himself up. He's going to be left with 1 last alive. And oh, that's such an unfortunate way. Exits from a fight and instantly enters into another fray. Fardine will be confirmed now. Stalwart Esports looking great so far.
Stalwart's enjoying it for themselves, right? The way they are doing their own work. Obviously, it was just the first confirmation. But then again, they have enjoyed their own sweet time in the lobby day in and day out. Try, a brilliant player, comes up with an amazing capability. Action, highest, like a top fragger, we know it. And look at now, everyone's just moving on to this upper area. It's just 1 crate to loot and 4 players that are trying.
Oh, man. Look at this nice little overview of the map, too. Looks pretty cool. This also tells that the prime positioning to play currently in the zone are pretty much the hilltop right next to the Camp Alpha, which high voltage is under control. IC2, they have the hot in control and a couple of compounds near it. So currently the prime positioning, as I said, is one ElementriX holding near ruins, too. One that Stalwart Esports has. And that's why all these teams so far, they're looking pretty great. Stalwart Esports, they're just hitting these bodies on the deck right now. They're just challenging. They're just putting the pedal to the metal. The aggression is there on the point. They're not going to back out from any of the fights. And this is what I said. Being on the top, having a nice booster, rocket start for yourself in the week 1, that's going to give you a lot of cushion to play with. And this is what Stalwart Esports are heavily relying on.
JyanMaara is in quite a proximity of Stalwart's players, but then again, they cannot go out and rush onto those players. It's all a matter of information. Looks like Action is going to be using that QBU, trying to dish out some damage to Savage's players as well, as Eisenberg is just there, was spotted down. Santier is there, one more shot on him and it will take him down. The best part was that the second last shot was a headshot, and that was the most important one. And last one obviously just went down. But well, Action, is he watching his immediate right? Is he watching that warehouse? No, he's not. JyanMaara's players are actually out there. And Gunnar, well, he would want to lie down. He understands. He actually heard those vehicles, but now he actually will have to go as a snake. Maybe just stay here. But Phantom's players, they're moving forward. And they're moving on JyanMaara only, as Suzanne is just out there. Takes down one, but then again, will be taken down.
Yeah, and that's all he's going to be able to get away with. The nade crawl's quite close, and that's not going to be finding any mark, though. Molotov to follow it up, making sure the players are going to be flushed out of that prime spot. Gunnar on the top here. Personally love the split that JyanMaara are going with, but again, we talked about the third parties, and every single team will need to try and watch out from those. You never know when a third party will arrive, and the entire push or the entire fight they are winning will be the tables turned. No fear in the closer fray. With Gunnar now trying to close in slowly and steadily, all Gunnar needs is one knock, and that's going to buy him enough amount of time to move on in.
Yeah, that definitely is going to be the case. Phantoms players, they are still moving forward on No Fear, and that's where No Fear will have to fear, but Will takes down Helmet. on from the opponent side. Vexy is going to go for a good throwable of his own, but then Nofia needs to understand that, you know, whatever's happening, he is outnumbered. Whatever he does, he'll have to do it in with extreme caution for himself. He definitely senses out the player, but then again, he could not do anything. JyanMaara, oh, they're losing out on their players as well. This is not looking good for them too.
Talk about things not really looking good, though, Ocean. We do see Dax closing in slowly and steadily on this fight, and now this is going to be even a little bit more on the southern side. Snipe YT way too separated out from this, and there's going to be no exit out of jail free card for this man. So, well, it's just going to be stuck in that little warehouse, and Stalwart Esports are probably going to camp him out, even though they have no clue. Still, Snipe does not want to take any chances against it. Dax, as I said, they were approaching this compound in the front. Phantom Esports, a 3-man strong squad. Shouldn't really be that tough of a task to try and hold it off, because we've seen in the past, Ocean, and I really do hate being this blunt about Dax, but in 4-on-4 fights, they've been looking really weak somewhere down the line.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, it's a matter of fact as well, right? Obviously, they could not play the previous one, the previous Super Weekend. So it kind of just is all about momentum. Now, there's another team that could not play it, but still they're doing good, and that is CRZ, right? This time, obviously, they kind of just faltered down. But then again, otherwise, their games have been quite decent for themselves, given the fact that it's just the first Super Weekend that they are playing. So it's all about how you take a hold of that opportunity that you get once. The circle on the other side moves to the boot camp area, which looks decent. Stalwart, they are not going to leave that area, except for the fact that one of the players from Stalwart has been taken down. I'm pretty sure it's going to be someone from JyanMaara's side, if I'm not wrong, as it's only one player surviving. And Savage is arriving from the sidelines as well.
One of the big threats in the lobby, Savage. Did see action actually finding a couple knocks onto them. And now it seems like Stalwart Esports too, they're taking a knock, or at least a casualty on their side. One of the players is knocked out. Savage, they're trying to close on in. Still, this circle isn't really clarifying a lot of things for the teams. I mean, there are a couple of teams that are centralized, including Seal and Dax, and Raw too, potentially. But this circle, as I said, it's not really clarifying a lot of things. And their teams that are just not really getting a lot of clear vision. But oh, Anifo finds a nice trade on the action right there. That's a revenge taken on the action. And a great knock, too. Maybe Snipe Y2 will try and capitalize, but no, that's not the case.
As of now, no, that is not the case. Slipknot just staying there. Action on it. He gets a revive now. The player's up quite close to like his own teammates, right? Is just there. So he's going to go for a decent revive. That will happen. Action will just, move out of the equation right now. Because there as well. So these players are just, trying to find up a decent place for themselves. Again, in a map like Sanhok, we're seeing slot zones. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Man, that's something none of us anticipated moving on in, right? All the teams, again, and this is one of those problems, right? If it's going to be centralizing on a lot of teams, on the majority of the teams, then you're probably going to see the slot zones. Because we know usually in the first zone, every single team, they're going to have a nice, sweet spot for themselves to play around with. The first zone is going to have a lot of space for every single player in the lobby. But the trouble really starts from the third zone. And that's when bodies start hitting the deck in the map of Sanhok. So I'm going to be waiting a little bit more for the zone to try and move on in. As Pika has got his eyes on and players are off. Spotted out. Nice shots. Was only able to find one connection. Nothing much to report from the player too. Maybe potentially another one to follow up. But he's just not able to find that sweet headshot.
He understands where the players are, though, and then, he understands how he can play. He spotted on the player now this time. He knows the movement that the player is doing. Look at Anif. His helmet's done. He needs a new one. And we'll see, though, if he gets it or not. But right now, he's just trying to scout out the area. But then again, he gets shot at as well. So he understands it's not a viable position for him. He's getting spotted down, shot at. Eisenberg from the backlines as well. He might just get shot at as well. And this game is officially at a slower pace than expected in terms of a map like Sanhok.
Yeah. But again, I mean, these kind of slot zones, right? They also have a nice message, a nice stark message to play with. And it's like you're pretty much trying to burn through your enemy meds. You can see Savage, currently they're on a struggling phase. We do talk about meds. One of the players that don't even have helmet, he did not have any meds to play with. Indeed, so far, Stalwart Esports are doing a great job burning through his meds. And look at that. He does not have any bandages, no first aids, no med kits, no boosters. And, oh man, Savage, if this keeps going on, you might as well. We'll need to try and play things a little bit more safe.
What a zone.
Yeah, this circle, again, it keeps the mysterious aura. You still don't know where the circle's going to be shifting.
What a zone it is. What a good zone. I mean, think about it, right? Stalwart, they're trying to get the hold of a central position for themselves. ElementriX is there on the other side. So, yeah, they would want to get a hold of their own position. But then again, ElementriX has that one minute bridge from where they can rotate if the zone goes to the other side, if the zone comes to this side. We'll see, though. So, they might just not be hefty on the movements right now. DRS is trying to just go for that slow rotation that we were talking about. Now they are inside the zone and at a good place. The third airdrop has an AUG with the 4 times, and it definitely just looks quite decent for all these players to play slow. Now I get it. With the pace of the circle, as it has its own mood, and it's just showcasing its own, I would say, its own will. And the players, well, they have to say yes to that will. That's one thing that's happening. But from the other side, Deadeyes Guys, well, looks like they might just not be in a good condition for themselves, as one of the players, that is True Love, was taken down, needs to go for the revive. The revive will happen, but then Savage, they are approaching in close.
Oh man, Deadeyes Guys, right here. Sanchir peeked out for a bit, but nothing really much done yet. Turulov was taken down, but he's able to get back on his feet. So far, things are looking quite good for them. And I don't know how things are going to be looking like even in the future line, though, as Deadeyes Guys, one of those teams that has been doing pretty okay when it comes to the placement points and a couple of limb points, but they're not really able to get their hand on that nice little $1,000. I mean, they have gone a couple in the past, but in the recent days, that's a little bit struggling. But oh, as I say that, they just proved me wrong instantly. A nice retaliation knock onto the players of Savage.
Wow. Shadi goes down, though. Right, guys, the players are just there, they just want to understand what is happening with them and how are they going to capitalize against it. They are trying to move forward, but then again, they are not just putting the pedal to the metal. Hershey's onto the back lines. He actually has a very good area. He should not be spotted. If he's not, he can just take down multiple players right now. Spots on Frag Boy, but then again, he's not taking even a single shot right now. True Love's there. I guess True Love understands his position. He understands his location. Yes, Hershey is spotted down. One wrong peek can be his demise. His head has been spotted on. A shot actually lofted onto him. But Deadeyes Guys, now they have a second struggle to just face off, and that is going to be the zone, as they have to move inside the circle. 200 meters for them. That is at least a 32-second timer for them to just get inside the circle. But then they're taking fights as well. And Fragboy goes down. Another one goes down. Anip and Hershey from different directions are taking good fights for themselves. True Love is still surviving on one side. He is peeking out. But then again, Hershey will take him out as well. Deadeyes Guys, they are having a bad Sanhok again this time. It was a bit late, but then again, they might just be the second team to get eliminated. Although they have one player surviving, but then again, how long can he survive?
Yeah, and the players are Savage. They're trying to sniff him out, and as you say that, there we go. The final nail put in the coffin. Deadeyes Guys out the gate in 15th spot. Savage Esports are going to get rid of him. Nice patience from the side of Hershey. Finally paid off to perfection. Alex spots out Eisenberg. He's also prone down for the perfect spray, but still doesn't get any shots inflicted. Eisenberg again out in the open. Now it's going to catch a lot of bullets. Again, the Wall of Death is also going to deal a lot of damage. Trying to bob and weave, dots a couple of bullets. The entire squad of Savage now it's going to be in the front. Skylightz Gaming, on the other hand, in the blue. They're taking another fight. TDK falls down. And just because this blue, too, is just taking so much damage, all these teams, imagine the amount of meds they're going to be burning through.
Yeah, they would be just using a lot of meds for themselves as of now, with the fourth circle coming up, and a lot of teams are actually surprisingly outside the zone. AJ, you see him, he has 9 first aids. Mafia Ninja has none. That means I guess they are giving up first aids. And AG, all right, he just drops down 1 first aid for Mafia Ninja as well, so that he can heal in the future perspectives for himself. He has 7 right now. He's spotting down a few things here and there. Mafia Ninja is definitely going to just move forward. But Seal is taking part against Raw. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Raw, last game, they were at the 2nd position. This time might just be a different case because the players are definitely dishing out damage. And now Raw is actually on a slight back foot. But then Assault with a good grenade actually takes a Wally down to 20 HP. And now these players are trying to move forward. Another Molotov just coming down. But Baron barely surviving by the whiskers. And now it's time for them to just, use their own throwables. Assault is just out there. Oh, Assault will be taken down by Baron. That means a Raw. They are left with less and less number of players now. It is only 2 players in Assault, where he's moving back for a revive.
Yeah, Seal, they're doing such a great job executing this fight flawlessly. Assault, as you said, is trying to back off. But our Seal kind of let that happen. Seal as well. They're catching a couple of bullets from the other side. Talk about the third parties, and that's something that they're not going to be eyeing out for. Demo did get a couple of shots on himself. Baron, too, is taking a lot of damage. Now, Seal, you guys better back off to a safer spot. If they're not, then they will also get a couple of casualties on their side. All 4 players up for Seal. They're trying to put the pedal to the metal. But again, how are they going to? Because the area in the front is completely exposed. And still, so far, they haven't even cleared out this building in the front. What exactly is going on? They can just try and charge on in or just try and jump and get the info.
Yeah, they can definitely just go for the info for themselves. But I guess now they have that understanding. It's just, look at Demo's HP. Look at, he's barely surviving with no sliver, even slight sliver of HP for himself. ElementriX is takes down a few players. And Kazi with that good grenade takes on Leo. This is what they needed. Maybe it is a wake-up call for Seal as well, that they should not be more aggressive. On the other side, Zol with the DBS is taking down Savage's players with the grenades as well. Look at that happening on the other side of the map somewhere. And this is classic IHC as well, just using those shotguns for themselves. And things are not looking good.
Yeah, Savage sent back to the lobby. Raw here again, a 3-man strong squad. They were able to get the rest back up on an Assault. So that's going to help him quite a bit. Leo as well from the side of Seal is hurt. He's able to patch himself up, though. That's all that matters. And a nice knock! Oh, that's a great find. And now Seal, they're just going to push on in. They don't care about anything else. That knock right there is going to help them buy so much time. And Raw, they're going to be in a complete state of paranoia. And also, they're going to be complete state of panic. Wally, he's missing a lot of shots. He's not able to find any. What's going on? Well, unfortunately, though, they were able to finally maybe take him down. And oh, there we go. They are able to take him down. Raw now. Down to the final man alive, and what just happened?
Oh, Seal. Dartrex from the backside takes down Seal's last player, whilst Rig just enjoys his own elimination numbers. What a different mode of just going for a third party. Oh, it looks like someone spotted down Mafia Ninja, and he's out as well. That means another team has been eliminated.
Oh my god, what was this? Oh my lord. Ugh, this is something that Wally did not anticipate coming in his direction, and quite an unfortunate way for Seal to go down. They weren't really able to get rid of that fight quick enough, so third party from the back just wrapped him up. Classic Sanhok third parties, and Dax just showing themselves up in one of those. As now the circle is going to be shifting out in the open. Not a lot of compounds to play with, but some of the prime compound controls. You talk about ElementriX, they have all their 4 players up in a nice compound. And a sweet spot to play around with. Stalwart Esports, you would realize one of the big teams is in the front. These are the 2 mammoths, the 2 alpha titans of the lobby.
Pika, he is on his own spree of domination, but look at that. Look at that. ElementriX's players, looks like they would want to win this one, if anything. Ice is just out there, he gets taken down. Alex is just up front as well. He might as well just be taken down. Yes, he does. What a brilliant feat of just going for that quick discipline that happened right now. And Ingus, he's still on that damaging feat for himself as he actually goes for more and more eliminations. ElementriX's players, they are going to be enjoying this place for themselves. A good grenade, but then nobody home. And now these players are going to be moving to the back line slowly and steadily. But ElementriX, look at how they're pressurizing teams around them.
Yeah, IHC just completely oblivious of the fact that there might be someone on the right side. They tunnel vision pretty hard. on the players in the front, and Stalwart Esports, they just got a little bit of advantage and a little bit of help from the side of ElementriX. DRS now on this edge. Again, you talked about the circle shifting out in the open and teams not really having the best of the positions to play with rules. A great knockout from this man. And a nice spectacular knock to follow it up as well. Pika will fall down from the side of Stalwart. That's going to add on a bit of pressure on these teams. And they're actually going for a rest too. DRS now. They're trying to wrap on in. They're trying to move around from the back lines. And they've also gotten a couple of casualties. Rules goes down this time. And yep, this is exactly the problem. You're not really finding yourself a great footing inside the zone, and also the circle shifts out in the open. The only cover you have are those rocks and a little bit of trees to play with.
ElementriX has the strongest place inside the zone. Trust me, man. They have a really strong place. I mean, they have to move from around the circle. If they take down Stalwart, it is their game. No one's gonna just take it away from them. Let's see what happens if we just talk about it as Stalwart. They have multiple players right around that area. But a good grenade from Sus will take one down as he is ready. And look at this. Everyone else is trying to move forward. Try. He's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. Even if a shot just hits him, he'll be taken out. Top. He is trying. He's the last one in the situation as he still would want to go for the points or the fight. That's his decision. He is going to go for the fight. He has a grenade in his hands. Will go for it. Will throw it. But then he gets taken down. And there it is. Stalwart's out. That means ElementriX, all of a sudden, they have a higher ground for themselves.
And yeah, we talked about ElementriX, Ocean. I was talking about them before the game even started. And I said ElementriX, they'd really need a pop-off game right here. They were on 12th spot in the overall rankings. And, well, it seems like they heard my prayers. And ElementriX, they're just on a nice tear as none of the teams are able to stop them in no time soon. Sus as well. It's going to be following it up.
This is definitely their chick. This is 100% their chicken, the way they are playing it. But then again, Jiggle on the other side, DRS's rules is trying to move forward as Vibes' players are just, cemented themselves on one of the areas. All right, Jiggle just, jiggles down. And rules, I guess he has been, he is trying to someone, but he has to just, take the wrath of the blue as well. Yozu has spotted down on the players as well. Jiggle is on extremely low HP. A grenade was quite close to Vishal, but then again, Jiggle is just out there, but Rules is missing down a few shots. He does not have any eliminations for himself. A player who was under the MVP category gets taken down now. ElementriX is doing really good. Killer, 3 first aids, final 2. As it's not looking good for them, and I guess ElementriX, they are going to be enjoying it. But what is this blunder? But the throwable just moves forward, and Vibes' players, they are struggling it out as well. Liquid will move forward to go for the confirmation probably. All right, no, the revive happens first, and Killer, he will give his number of elimination to the blue. Nope, ElementriX still gets it for themselves.
Wow. And this is a really well-needed chicken dinner as well. A well-deserved chicken dinner from the side of ElementriX. Zal is just trying to wrap up a couple of points. And he's like, all right, I'm not really going to give my elimination point to ElementriX. So he just prones down a little push. But yeah, ElementriX, as I said, and as I was talking about this team, they really needed this chicken dinner. But that's not going to booster them up any position on the overall ranking. They're still going to be in the hashtag 12 in the overall rankings, but still a 16 elimination chicken dinner with 31 points in total and the damage of 2021. Ocean, the conversion here is absolutely insane.
Oh my god, this is good for ElementriX. The way they played, the way they they held that position for themselves, the way they moved to the northern side taking on Stalwart, that was just so good. That was needed. And at the end, IHC also got good points. In fact, in terms of the placement, definitely they got it. But then again, it just looked pretty good. And for them, they're still at the 12th position, but getting those thousands in the bank, it matters. They're getting it. They're enjoying it. They love it. They like it. It's theirs. So yeah.
Indeed, it's there. No one's going to be taking it away from them, especially after such a nice victory right there. They're now getting so closer to the team that's right above them, and now the team that's above them, they will need to try and make sure they're also putting on some numbers on the board, because if they don't, then ElementriX soon will surpass them too. That was a 31-point chicken dinner for ElementriX, and we talked about a well-needed one too. We were pretty much having a huge conversation over ElementriX, and just right after that, they get a chicken dinner. Seems like we are the lucky charm for this team. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to push to a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL SA 2022. We are currently in the day 3 of Super Weekend 2, and so far, I mean, the first 4 games of day 3, they have been absolutely phenomenal. ElementriX as well, a well-needed chicken dinner. Savage Esports 2, right before this game, they also had a chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah.
So far, this final day has been an astonishing day.
It has been a great day, to be honest, as of now. But then again, we'll see what happens in the final game as well, because again, that's important. That has to just, crown someone as the champion of that game, and we'll get them $1,000 in the bank as well. That is important. They will be earning it for themselves. But after that, we'll be moving on to the third week. The league play will have a different vibe. We'll see all the teams again. Some of them maybe for the last time for this PMPL. Some of them will just, qualify. Some of them might not qualify. All those things will happen. But before all those things happen, we have a conversation for this game.
Exactly. Before all that happens, as you said, it's going to be completely new, right? It's going to be a huge breath of fresh air. But before that, let's take a look at the most valuable player of the previous game. Has to be Incas from the side of ElementriX with 5 knockouts and 6 elimination points for himself and 687 damage dealt with 1 assist and survival time of 25-25. What a numbers put on by this man. I mean, ElementriX, their conversion, when you compare it to the damage rate right there, it was pretty phenomenal. And if you talk about even the other players from the side of ElementriX, they were also doing a great job so far. And one thing I really need to talk about is how Savage got really eliminated early off. And I feel like one of the main problems for that was them challenging a fight against Stalwart Esports. They already burned through a lot of meds in that fight. They didn't really have a lot of them to try and back up in the future. And that was something that was a little problem for Savage. But moving on in, let's take a look at the top players. And Incus is going to find himself, of course, on the #1. And then you have a second player of ElementriX 2, Stalwart Esports. Pika's going to be there on the 3rd spot. And on 4th, Scry is going to be there. And then 2RGRJD from the side of Phantom 2. These are the top 5 players. And it seems like right now, John alongside with me is Johnny. How you doing, my man?
I mean, I'm doing pretty awesome. Was watching this game with the producers, and it was quite impressive. I mean, the way ElementriX were able to just dominate towards the very end, securing a lot of elimination points for themselves. But again, I mean, even with a match like this, we still do not see them in the top 10, and that is because of the fact that ElementriX had kind of a slow start into the Super Weekend performances, and they're still trying to catch up. But nothing taken away from the team. I mean, they are doing a phenomenal job just managing to be in the top 16 right now, and that's the goal for them. I think if they perform like this consistently during the finals, we're going to see ElementriX finish in the top 4, the top 5.
Talking about finishing top 4, top 5, let's take a look at the stats comparison between the second squad and the first squad, of course. And IHC, they're nowhere close to the side of ElementriX, because we did see IHC, the final man was actually going for a med strat. And this is what I was talking about with Ocean, is how strong those med strats can be sometimes on the map of Sanhok.
I mean, definitely, they can be quite strong, but look at this. I mean, 16-4, 12-4 in terms of knocks. The damage numbers also completely in the favor of ElementriX, although IHC did take quite a decent number of fights for them as well. Like 1,000 damage dished out, just 475 taken. That's not too shabby. But at the end of the day, it was ElementriX who did walk away with $1,000, just snatching it away from the lads of IHC. Now, going into the last game of the day, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the other teams are going to react to this. ElementriX, again, have been sort of the disruptors of the rankings since yesterday. They did the same thing yesterday. I mean, off to a slower start, and middle of the day, chicken dinner win, just to surprise, I guess, the rest of the competition. But looking at the match summary right now, and it is going to be action, Scry, and action. Again, kind of in the highest damage, highest assist, and longest distance elimination, respectively. But Incus, look at him. Highest eliminations and also highest knocks.
Ooh. And that's quite insane, right?
Yeah.
And I was talking about the conversion from the side of ElementriX. The conversion was right there. I mean, the amount of damage they had the eliminations to back it up too. On the other hand, Action, of course, has to be there somewhere in the match summary or even in the top 5 players. And Action finds himself in the match summary this time, with the highest damage numbers of 741 to back himself up. And we did see, I was also having a little talk, with the chat, is that the main problem why Savage got eliminated was they were taking a fight with the with the squad of Stalwart Esports. A really long-range fight. They had a little bit of hilltop for themselves too. But again, Stalwart Esports were able to nail those shots, and Savage, they were just burning through a lot of meds. And somewhere down the line in the future games or in the future circles, you really do need those meds.
Yeah, especially on a smaller map like Sanhok, wherein you don't have a lot of space to move around. Extended fights can impact, well, they can have a very bad impact on the future of your team, exactly as you said. Because rotations aren't easy. If you use up a major chunk of your healing utility with just surviving one team fight, and you don't find any replacements in your pathway, in your rotations, I think it is going to get very tricky for you to find a way inside the circle, and things like that. I mean, we have seen this happen time and time again with a lot of teams, wherein they take those extended squad fights, get pinned down out in the open, and then with nowhere left to rotate, it's just a desperate moment where they just stand up and start running towards the circle in an attempt to try and survive. But we all know how that story ends.
Yeah, we all know how it ends, but let's take a look at the OFO F21 Pro moments. And this is how things really started off. A nice heroic entry from the side of JyanMaara, and then Susan was actually able to get that nice frag onto the players of TRZ to open the fray up. Phantom 2 just following things up here on the rest of the players of TRZ, and TRZ just got cleaned up quite early in the game. And you would see soon the fight that I was talking about between Savage and Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports, they were just able to nail those shots against them. But yeah, unfortunately, we didn't really see any eliminations coming through, so that's why maybe they're not really in the F21 Pro moments.
I mean, maybe.
Oh yeah, right here. You see this one. They were just getting those back and forth knocks.
I mean, and also the fact that I think the pressure was there from the backlines as well, so kind of a sandwich situation for Savage Esports. And if you are looking to engage in any fight against the lads of Stalwart, just make sure you finish it off. Otherwise, they have this tendency of just chasing people down. But this was quite kind of a very, very nice moment from the lads of ElementriX, just spotting out the lads from IHC and making sure that, all right, we find those knocks, we have an advantage. Now it's all about the pressure game. You just keep pressure on IHC, don't let them move out their position, and well, they will in fact make they will be pinned down. And because they did not have any space to move, they got stuck in the blue zone, forced to go for a heal battle in this one.
Talk about getting forced to go for a heal battle. Man, look at the happiness. And oh, he knows he's making a lot of money right there with that one. ElementriX, man, the players are indeed happy to get that money in their hands, and they're just throwing that cash money on that camp too. Take a look at the damage graph here. 16 elimination points, 2021. That was last year. This year, 2022, and they have 2021 damage, Johnny.
Well, quite an impressive run right now from ElementriX, as again, ladies and gentlemen, as we discussed, they do bring themselves to the 12th spot with this amazing finish. And I mean, oh man, I wish Ocean was here so we could like literally figure out how much time it would take Mr. Yozu to just well, basically toss a stack of $1,000, well, $1 bills amounting to $1,000, $2,000 now, since they have 2 chicken dinners. Ooh. I don't think I can do a math on this, so
yeah, we need Ocean here.
We do need Ocean, and we need to conduct some experiments, but we'll be back with some answers. This is a maths question now.
Man, we both are quite dumb, so none of us know anything. But yeah, damage graph.
Yeah.
Man, Stalwart Esports too, they put on some nice damage numbers, but talk about the conversion. That wasn't really there on the board. Overall rankings in front of us, the king of the hill, the top of the boards, the cream of the crop, Seal Esports, they're going to be on the top without a doubt. They have a nice cushion now. 327 points from the second place. That's going to be Stalwart Esports, and Seal with 356. A decent amount of cushion, a single game cushion they have. So they can pretty much take things slow on one game, and even if they do slip out on the final game here that we're probably going to be going through, it's okay. Now moving on in, Phantom on 10th spot as well, something that needs to be compromised on.
I mean, Phantom Esports could quite easily put a lot of pressure on Skylightz Gaming in the next match if they manage to finish in the top 3 and push themselves on the 9th position. But I think IHC Esports, they are very hungry for that 2nd place, because that's the first target. After that, I think in the next week, they're going to worry about Seal Esports and how to get to the 1st position. But for now, the difference against Stalwart Esports, it's basically nothing. One game can change everything. Stalwart Esports, from being the leaders of the leaderboard, from being on the 1st position for almost a week and a half, to being on the 3rd spot. Now, that is going to be a fall, but High Voltage, just 5 points. They need 5 points to move up. Well, 6 just to be for sure that they are going to be in the top 16. But securing those 6 points in the next match, it is very important for High Voltage.
Indeed, very important. And now 19th spot is Atrax Esports. Man, things are really not aligning for them. 24 points and so many numbers of game played, and something needs to be done here at Atrax because final game of the Super Weekend 2, you guys have played 14 games in total yourself, and now the final game will make it 15. You guys better nail it to the occasion. If you guys are not going to, then hey, you might as well just count yourself out from the top 16 because we don't even know if you guys are going to be able to make it in the next Super Weekend.
I mean, it's going to be a troublesome situation for DAX if they fail to make it to the next Super Weekend because as we have been talking about it, I mean, just struggling far behind. There was an improvement during the League Play Day matches, but Super Weekend comes around and we see the same DAX from week 1, which is not good for the team. And I think, again, DAX in this last match, at least, they need to make sure that they get that chicken dinner win. So at least they have a little bit of a motivation going into the final league play days for qualifying for the Super Weekend and looking to compete for a top spot in the top 16. And there is still going to be a possibility that they make it because, I mean, if High Voltage, they keep the same run going, if TRZ show up in a similar form, then I think the other teams are going to be in trouble. And the only way DAX, their options are going to be compromised is if next week few of the top 6, top 7 teams fail to qualify. The chances of that happening are, well, it's highly unlikely that will happen. Top 6, top 7, top 10 teams, in fact, are for sure going to make it. Those teams are doing a phenomenal job right now, be it the league play days or the Super Weekends. But I guess, again, before the match even begins, Necro, who do you expect will be winning the last game of the day and also this weekend?
Stalwart Esports are going to take the chicken dinner in the final freaking game. I'm telling you, man, I'm calling it right now. Stalwart Esports, they have been suppressed throughout this week too. I mean, not really suppressed, but you know, they had some pop-off moments here and there on a couple of days. But now in day 3, they aren't really able to show themselves up, not even in the chicken dinner platform. So I'm pretty sure now they're going to close things off on a strong note and give Seal a tough competition and be like, all right, we don't really have the first spot just yet, but you better watch out from us from week 3.
Oh, ElementriX, the players are very hyped up after the win, and it's going to be important that they keep themselves as happy as possible. Yeah, I'm trying to see if you can see something interesting.
I like his shirt. You see on the bottom right?
No.
Damn, look at his biceps. Ooh, he can flex the muscles right now. Man, the match is about to start, though. Strap on your belts, ladies and gentlemen. Fasten your belts, because the plane's about to hit the deck soon. It's going to be in the skies.
Well, there it is. The plane headed towards the map of Erangel, and it's starting from, well, quite close to the George Paul area from the western edge of the map, heading towards the Milta Power, ladies and gentlemen. So, again, a trajectory leaning heavily towards the southern side of the map. Stalwart Esports, quite an easy drop towards Novorepnoi. Again, I think T2K is the only team that's not happy with the plane path these days because they have to always take the longest way towards Severny, which is always going to be quite risky, of course.
Talk about things being risky, though. This plane fly path is indeed going to be risky for a team like Savage because they like to go towards Yasnaya. That means they will need to try and find some vehicles now. I mean, they've done it in the past, so that's not going to be that big of a deal. But again, you talk about the time wasted in the initial zone, and that's something that's going to be needing to take into account. And Johnny, I'm going to call it, it's going to be a military-based circle watch in a couple of seconds.
Alrighty. I'm going to watch. I'm going to wait.
Keep watching.
Do we get a military circle? It's going to be quite interesting if that happens, actually, because we've been asking for a military circle since start of the day today. So it's going to make things a lot more intense for the lads of Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports. And oh, Necro!
Told you, it's going to be a military base. Listen, man, all right, if you have glasses, just take off your glasses and look at the circle. You'll see it in military base.
Why? I think you need to get your eyes fixed.
But yeah, the circle,
can fix them for you, Necro. You know?
How?
I mean, I'm just gonna hit you in the face.
What? That's kind of mean, man. All right. The circle here, though.
That was a joke, by the way.
I don't know about that, ladies and gentlemen. Nah, it's
Oh,
a joke.
come
it's
on.
a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah.
But
Look at you and look at me. Imagine we get into a fight and I win. How awkward would that be for you?
well, at the point, I would just like. I don't even know. Man, I wish I could transfer my weight to you.
Oh man, I wish that too because it's quite difficult for me to put on. I've just been like always super skinny. Yeah.
Man, I want to lose some weight. But yeah,
Gain some.
that's a conversation for another day. But currently, we need to focus on the game here. As High Voltage, Deadeyes Guys, and Vibes, again, they are going to be the trifecta of death right there near the school and Rozhok area and Water City too, including in it. Skylightz Gaming is one of those teams that's currently sitting on 9th spot. And as you said, Phantom Esports, they were quite close.
I mean, Phantom Esports are just chasing them down, but look at this, Savage Esports. Look at where Sanchir is on shelter, quite close to the players of JyanMaara, while the rest of his team has already made their way towards Yasnaya Poliana. So this is going to be quite interesting to see exactly what is going through the heads of the lads from Savage Esports, because Sanchir currently in the position he is in, if he doesn't move within the next 5 minutes, he could be picked off, and that's going to be quite unfortunate for Savage Esports for the later stages of the match. So quite an interesting start by this team. But over on the other side, as you mentioned, the trifecta of death. Well, Vibes Bishal on our screens has the Thompson and the UMP for now at least. And I think Vibes Esports, not a lot of collisions we have seen from their side in the early stages, unless, I mean, the trajectory is extremely awkward for all the three of the teams. I mean, heavily leaning towards the southern side or towards the western part of the map. These three teams have figured out, Deadeyes Guys, High Voltage, and Vibes, they have figured out exactly how they want to position themselves so that they get to their loot spots as safely as possible.
Man, and I only do see 15 teams in the lobby here. Did you notice
Another
that?
interesting thing.
Sus.
Who's out?
I know. Phantom.
Oh. Well, a good day for Skylightz Gaming, I guess. No one's chasing them now.
No pressure, man. They're going to
No
feel
pressure.
pressure-free. Yep.
Yeah.
And I'd see, as always, they just like to take this big boy mountain control, and we've seen them play this so well, too. It's like at this point, they're so accustomed to just holding down the ground in the high top.
Well, I completely agree with that. I mean, the high ground advantage that IHC managed to take control of with this Everest location secured every single time has resulted in them getting a decent number of eliminations in the mid-game stages when the teams are trying to rotate towards positions like Hospital, towards the Northern Gatka farms, that the pathway that leads towards Everest, and also the teams trying to cross the Georgia Pole Bridge on the other side as well. But the problem, as I was having the same conversation with Ocean a little bit earlier in the day, is the fact that IHC's timing on exactly when they need to abandon the summit of the Georgia Pole Hill is... It has been kind of off in the recent days, and that is when we see them mostly getting caught off guard. But in this match, ladies and gentlemen, apart from just one team just completely missing from the map, there has not been any action so far in the first 6 minutes of the match, and the situation is just going to be like this for the next 5 more minutes as well, because it's the early stages. Everyone was able to safely drop to their preferred loot locations, and from there on out, it's just been the early looting phases for the teams. The rotations haven't even begun. Stalwart Esports have, well, this time gone for a pretty early crossover from the Novorepnoy Bridge over to the main island, but DRS, they are still waiting for them on the other side. Stalwart Esports, I think just as soon as they cross the bridge, are going to decide to move left, watch towards Milta. If they see DRS, they might go for a fight. If the distance is not too big enough between the teams, if the distance is not too vast between the teams. Otherwise, they will just keep on focusing on moving further towards the edge of the circle.
Talking about moving further towards the edge of the circle, I mean, Savage Esports currently, they're right on the edge near Yasnaya. JyanMaara too, they're going to try and follow it up right behind him. As we did focus a couple of times onto the players of IT, and currently. They have the hilltop control of the Big Paimon. They don't really need to move out anywhere. But what I'm really eyeing out for is the next circle shift. Where is he going to be shifting towards? Is it going to go towards north or is he going to go down south? Johnny, make your call.
Oh, I want this one to shift towards the northern side because the southern side is already no, the southern side has a massive cluster. If it shifts towards the southern side, we're not going to see as many fights. If the circle moves up north, everyone is going to be moving around the map, and mid-rotation fights are the best.
So where do you think is the circle going to move? That's what I'm asking you.
I think, to be very honest, I think it's just going to move towards the central shift. So just quite close between Ruins and Georgia Pool.
Ooh, but I'm not going to lie. Ruin circle ends, they're quite interesting too. I mean, it's been a long time. I haven't really seen those, but man, sometimes it can be really fun to witness. And one of the endings that will be quite a rare ending without a doubt. I'd see again. Still just unsettled. Oh, man, this Lamborghini looks so nice. But Dax now finally showing themselves up on the board. They were able to get one man from the side of JyanMaara knocked out. The confirmation hasn't been found just yet, though. The man's still quite low. No Fear will be taken down and dusted. No Fear out the game now. First blood is going to be named on the Chante.
Well, let's see. That's the first blood right there of this game. And Dax, they will have to rotate further in the circle as well. Now, this is very interesting because Dax have gone for a split rotation. We do see the 3 players rotating quite early, and the last lad was left behind. But JyanMaara on the other side, I think they're going to be worrying quite a lot as to how they have to face this team right ahead of them. And even though JyanMaara, they found their way inside the circle, it's still not going to be an easy position inside the mid-game stages that they will have, because look at that. There are the lads of Savage Esports right behind, and they are just about to get sandwiched. And alrighty, so kind of a split circle between the main island and northern island. T2K quite happy about this, but they have to be careful. Deadeyes Guys, they have started to move out of Rozhok, and they always like to move up north. So T2K, the 2-2 split, it is about to backfire if they don't handle it correctly.
But still, the majority of the zone is covered on the northern side, and that's something that needs to be acknowledged, Johnny. And we might just see the next circle shift. That might just shift on top. That might just shift on the northern side, as we do see a huge wave of vehicles trying to move on in. And you talked about fights happening, and that's what exactly is happening. Mafia Ninja so low, but he's barely able to escape the eyes of steel. Or is he still able to or not? That's what we'll find out. One single bullet will lead to his death. But he's able to slip by. But it's okay. The rest of the players from Skylightz Gaming, now they're starting to fumble down.
Well, let's see how bad is this fall going to be for them. Skylightz Gaming, Nima, the first player from the side to go down. Oh, the nade was almost perfect, but Galzen, a slight bit of overcooking right there, and it just blows up in the air. Wally manages to survive. Now, Galzen has taken a lot of damage from the flank, so he's going to reposition himself correctly behind the rock this time, but that is not going to be enough. Baron, he had his back, and another one from the side of Skylightz Gaming being taken down. Nima and Galzen out of the picture. Skylightz Gaming, no options left. They will have to just accept the fact that this situation is not really going to be theirs, and Mafia Ninja, they will have to try whatever things possible for them to survive. Galzen elimination has been secured. Nima is just hiding in the line of fire so that Mafia Ninja can potentially trade him out. But I don't think it's going to be that easy. On the other side, though, Deadeyes Guys finally coming in contact with the players from High Voltage. Still trying to get their revenge for what happened to them in the first game. And this time, the charge is being led by True Love as he cooks up nade, lobs it in the direction of Praveen and Extreme, but they managed to get away. Waduji quite far away from the entire fiasco, but look at Assassin being an absolute assassin, dishing out damage to the players of Deadeyes Guys as a distraction, and since he has deterred them from pushing the fight any further, now even he is going to back off.
Yeah, Steel just being a showstopper in this fight. And oh, there we go. Just going to blow up Mafia Ninja, one of the main mans from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Easily taken care of and gotten rid of from the lobby. One elimination point on the name of Steel. DRS did spot out the players in the front, making that rotation. No potential or no critical amount of damage dealt just yet. Just a bit of touch damage, just a bit of chip damage to play off of with. Oh, but unfortunately, Savage this time, they're straight up going to crash on in against Stalwart Esports. Two of the Mongolian teams are the counterparts of each other, and Stalwart Esports Man, Savage, that's not a way you want to go down with, right? And especially that was a big man on Nifo too, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. And again, it's not easy to recover or be part of the action after your main man has been taken out of contention in the early stages of the match. 12 minutes in, still all the 15 teams that started the game are still present, so no squad wipes yet. But look at the players from IHC. Look at how they have positioned themselves. The four-man split. Joel and Alex on top of the George Polil. But we'll talk about that later, as Hershey is going to be under a lot of pressure. Gunner trying to gun him down indoors, but Hershey managed to survive. Now Suzanne is going to be the next one with the Bison in his hand. Sniper is trying with the M4, and oh, right on the last bullet, does find the knock on Hershey, and the elimination is going to be secured. But at what cost, Necro? They lost 2 players in doing that. Well,
2 players taken
one was
out.
lost earlier on, yeah.
Yeah, and on Nifo now. Oh, spots out the buggy in the front. Delta ejects out because he has no other option to play around with. He keeps on going, and Nifo will take him out though. But DRS, they do realize it's just the final man up on this hill, and they capitalize on it. Savage Esports this time, they're going to be the first team to take an exit from the lobby.
Well, quite unfortunate for Savage Esports. Their opportunity is gone, but the circle shift again is kind of split on the Georgia Pole containers and the north of Georgia Pole City right now. Seal Esports, they're going to have to be careful with their rotation, as they're quite close to the lads of TRZ for now. And TRZ, with the high ground advantage, are just going to wait for the lads of Seal Esports to come up on top of this ridge and try and contest them head on. Until then, they can still, well, be a little bit safer. And they have set up a pretty nice crossfire as well to take on the fight, but Seal Esports, what is going on through their minds? Looking at the situation, they are being extremely careful with how they push in towards these compounds. Small little mistake and the entire team can be thrown out.
Small little mistakes is what you talk about. And Leo out in the open, the M16A4 taps. They do connect and rules. We'll be able to shut Leo down. That slick movement not really working in his favor this time. Baron is right there quite close to it. Delta now is in the enemy territory. That's something Delta will need to try and watch out from. The TRZ, they're ready to third party this entire fray. Baron spots out Delta in the front. That's going to be a free knockout for the man. Baron will be able to shut him down instantly. Delta now taken down. Rebel in the front too. Seal, they're going to whip out a nade. Lobbing in the nade quite close. The nade toss is not going to find the mark, but it's okay. Wally from the back now is going to be on the aggressive footing, and he finally shuts down the man in the front. The DRS now, they're getting dismantled and handicapped big time.
Well, let's see. I mean, this fight is definitely switching hands as Seal Esports. Leo has been taken down, but oh, Demo on the other side is going to be caught completely off guard by Storm OP from TRZ. Now, Seal Esports on the wrong side of things, as the third party is a success, but TRZ, they need to secure these points before Rules from DRS ends up stealing them away for his team before he takes an exit. And Seal Esports, I think, again, you have to hit them when they are down. If you give them an opportunity to recover, they will repay the favor for what happened earlier. Vibes is closing in as well. I mean, not a good position for Seal Esports. Rules has managed to pick one extra point for his team. Now, Wally and Leo, they are still there, hiding inside the smoke, while TRZ, they're closing in from one direction and Vibes from the other. And all of a sudden, Seal Esports, they get up and leave, and DRS Rules is going to find him stuck between these two squads.
TRZ right here. We did see them trying to third party that fray, but they still need to make their presence in the next zone, and the circle actually shifts right in between those two. Wally straight up just hooks it in with the Weekle. Look at this Weekle just floating in, right? One of the advantages that you have with these Weekles, or with these reskinned Weekles, they're just going to keep on metting in inside the water. They're going to try and tank that damage. Vibes over here, quite close to Ruins. They also need to make their way inside the zone, but I'm not going to lie, this zone has screwed a lot of teams over.
Well, let's see. First team to get out of the way has to be TRZ, but on our screens right now, Legend as he tries to take down the lads from Stalwart Esports, who were, well, trying their level best to move to the high ground inside the circle on the northern part of the circle. In fact, but Deadeyes Guys, oh, alrighty, so this fight is not done. DE versus High Voltage, it is still on till the break of dawn, as Fraxer is going to be the last player surviving, tries his best to win this one, but outnumbered, outgunned, will be shot down in the open, and that's the exit for Deadeyes Guys from this match. High Voltage, for the second time today, coming out on top against DE.
Fardeen right here. From the side of TRZ, Jiggle and Fardeen. 2 snakes in the cross so far. Wipes exactly don't know where he's positioned to. They just know there is someone, there is a snake proning around in the nearby vicinity, and Jiggle is kind of paranoid about that. Finally, Fardeen now straight up going to be sitting in the vehicle, and it's going to book out of that spot right there. TRZ, they've found a nice little compound for themselves in the zone, and they're just going to try and play around with it. Stalwart Esports taking a casualty on their side. Same thing goes, or same thing replicates on the other side, on the side of High Voltage. One of the players from TRZ, Matt Cat, is quite exposed, trying to move on in, taking a couple of shots with the mini. Vibes, they're just not letting off the track from TRZ.
Well, let's see. Vibes are definitely putting up a lot of pressure on the squad, and since they have managed to split them apart, they can, in fact, pick off the players from TRZ quite nicely. But Dax Chante with a wonderful spray is going to find an important knock on High Voltage Wadu, but from the distance, it is going to be top with the Mini 14 just tapping away and reducing the numbers of Dax for a few short moments. Since the distance between Stalwart Esports and Atrax is quite a lot, I think it's going to be quite an easy revive for Dax to have, unless High Voltage, they go for a push, which again, it's going to be highly unlikely. It's an open uphill push that High Voltage will have to do in order to secure this extra point, and it's not an easy movement right there. But look at the shift of the circle, shifting quite close to that bridge where the lads from Esports are. T2K, they have the entire squad protecting that position, but their compound is just barely outside the edge of the circle.
Oh, man. Dax right there with all their players up, but again, they still need to make it in the zone. One of the factors that Dax will need to try and deal with. Oh, boy. Really worried for teams like Dax. Chante just trying to scope out the area in the front, and he also has no helmet, so you would want to make sure every single peek he's making has to be pretty cautiously. One single headshot, and that's going to deal an insane amount of damage on the man right there. Top finds an opening on a Chante. Dax now, they're quite hurt. One of the players goes down, and they're taking shots from all the way across the board. It's Stalwart Esports making him hurt. And Wally, 75 kill, a new record from the side of Wally.
Well, this is going to be quite interesting to see what the result of this fight is going to look like. But Stalwart Esports for now, just Scry and Peek are trying to hide behind this rock. Action on the other side, just trying to run away from the damage being dished on him by Spike. Again, a standstill moment in this match. 12 teams, 35 players still surviving. And look at this. Oh, Raw! Snipe is right there. Nemesis, he's extremely low. Snipe, he's trying to resist running out in the open, but Nemesis is going to be taken out from the other side. Raw Esports, just the final 2 players, quite far away from their teammates. And Snipe, just 3 points lying in front of him. Was that a smoke? All right, that was Nade. Secures no points. Have been taken away. Snipe got 1, but the other one was taken by the lads from Dax.
Oh, the MK14, though, is inflicting a lot of pain and hurt on the players of Stalwart Esports. It's D2. They're going to wrap up from the lobby. A lot of casualties. A lot of bodies are hitting the deck indeed. Every single team. There's so many players alive till now. 11 teams and 29 players in total. And this small circle is not going to have a place for every single team to play with. Stalwart Esports now, they're getting held off at bay, but that's a nice find from them. Dax now being shut down. A great reply back from them. Stalwart Esports, they will need to start running it out in the open. They don't really have the best of spots to play with. Barely making it on the edge. This next circle is going to be deciding a lot of teams' fate.
I mean, definitely, wherever this next circle goes, there's going to be a lot of chaos in the match, ladies and gentlemen. Dax, they're fighting for survival. They're fighting for their position. Go for a spray down on the players of Stalwart Esports. Have knocked out a few, but no elimination points secured, though. I believe they have secured 1. They've secured 1 out of the 2 players that were knocked out. Action, look at him slowly and steadily crawling towards Spike. This is going to be very scary. Blue zone, it's almost here. And the circle, in fact, has shifted already. It's on the bridge. Every single team on the southern side, on the main island, will look to cross over now. ElementriX being the first, and the nade being cooked is going to be in the river. And it's perfect.
It's just like a little dolphin, you know?
Yeah.
Looking up, going underneath the water again, looking up, getting that info, going down the water again, and that nade just blows him. It's like, surprise.
Why are you thinking about blowing dolphins, though?
That's not what I meant, all right, dude? That was just a little example. Bud, why would I want to blow dolphins?
That's just evil,
dolphins
man.
are cute. Dolphins
Yeah,
are
exactly.
cute, dude. But yeah, training kill. Oh, he spots out Pika. Pika prones down in the nick of time. So for now, he's going to find himself out of harm's way. But again, he needs to make out inside the zone. Same thing with Legend. The zone's going to be taking a lot of damage, and Legend exactly realizes that fact. But he's going to try and move on in. Vibes on the left as well. Joker right there in the front. Action slowly and steadily. Just crawling on in. Gante spotted out. Dax now, they're getting dismantled. But still, props should be given to Dax. They're still able to make it out alive. This late in the game, even though the circle wasn't really being friends with them. Stalwart Esports from the back. The Snakes are now going to start to strike.
Well, let's see. I mean, it is going to be their time to strike, but with Pika down, Action has to step up, does find a trade. But will it be enough? That is the question, since he is going to be the last player surviving for his team. Pika has been picked up. The elimination point secured. Stalwart Esports have gone for a dive. This has to be a game for T2K Necro. They have the perfect position to walk away with the chicken dinner in this match. The only thing standing in their way, it's going to be Action, who has thrown down, just trying to see if he can survive a few extra moments inside the match. But look at high voltage. The nade is lobbed into the face of Godless, and he blows up. Alex in the backlines is trying to see if he can survive, but the help comes from underwater as ElementriX, before they go out, make sure that high voltage is pressure. Their momentum was slowed down, and the push towards the lads of IHC completely denied.
Just tapping away with a UMP. Snap YT is going to be alive for now. Trying to kill. You're set to have a really good spot, but they also need to watch out from the back, though. You do see they have a nice 2-2 split going. Are they really watching out from the back? That's what I want to know. Yep, Action spotted out. Okay, so the somewhere down line, they're at least aware of the fact that they might be challenged by team in the back. And Action lays prone right next to one of the players from Dax, but it's okay. Trying to kill. They're going to put the final nail in the coffin for Stalwart Esports. They're out the game now with only 6 points to work with. 8 teams alive and 14 players in total. Quite a lot of players indeed, as IHC has found themselves in one of the most tricky spots.
Well, let's see. This is not going to be easy for them. And IHC, they're also fighting for survival right now. And in fact, they have been shown the exit, as Stalwart Esports, with a wonderful usage of utility, will just wipe them out completely, down to 7 teams. Dax Octopus, he has been spotted out. Trained to kill Sanhok. He knows where he has to shoot. Sees the pixels off. Alright, just barely missing those pixel shots. Perfectly inside cover. Octopus, they've been known to fit everywhere.
Look at AJ.
Yeah, he's just trained. No one sees him.
He's just chilling in the water right now. Same thing is with one of the players from High Voltage. They're just trying to met up.
Yeah.
And Seal now, finally, they got some bullets from JyanMaara. A great knockout from the man. Snipe White's able to reply back in style. That's Seal. The confirmation will actually be stolen away. No, scratch that. It's being taken from the side of JyanMaara, so at least they get the conversion onto the knock that they found. Sanhok still realizes or knows the fact that there is one of the players from Dax in the back. And they are going to be quite paranoid of that fact. Dax in the back, paranoid of that fact. Ooh, that's kind of like a rhyme.
That's a rhyme.
Ooh, that's a rap.
Let's see.
Oh, there we go.
Finally, Dax have been put out of the misery, and High Voltage as well, and JyanMaara. So 3 teams, one after the other. Top 3 remains, and 2 of the teams in the water trained to kill. It's just a formality. It's like paperwork right now for them. Just finish off the lads in the water, walk away with $1,000. Wally just having a nice chat with the players from Vibes. Joker right next to him. Both of them just waiting for their inevitable demise.
Man, they just found new friends. I wish I had friends, man. I have no friends. And Joker's knocked out. It's still trying to swim on up. Mullik is going to be the only man left over from the side of Vibes. Volley now is the only man left alive. 4 players alive, 3 players from TDK, 1 single man alive from the side of Seal, and he's probably gonna. Yep. Oh, that nade actually is gonna seal the deal. He tried to.
Yeah.
He tried to not give that point of trying to kill, but then trying to kill, they're like, nah, we own it. And they just get it for themselves. Trying to kill now. They're going to be moving up on the hashtag 5 in the overall rankings with 8 elimination points and then 23 points in total with a damage of 1960.
I mean, all I have to say about these matches today is just today has been a very, very weird day, but still, I mean, this was an opportunity for the other teams to capitalize, and Train to Kill being one of them to secure another $1,000 for themselves. And also, as you mentioned, Necro, the top 5, well, barely entering the top 5 for now. Now it's time to see, can they keep up with Vibes and contest them for the 4th position? It's going to be quite interesting to see, but that is going to happen next week because the matches for this week are done.
As you said, that's probably going to be happening next week, and matches for today, or at least for the week 2, they're currently done, ladies and gentlemen. And probably now we're going to be moving on in to the week 3 soon, after a couple days break, or probably after 1 day break. And Johnny, man, week 2, not gonna lie, it has been a ride. It has been a complete roller coaster of emotions, because we talk about week 2, the week of comebacks, and certainly, I mean, Seal, even though that was really a huge comeback for them, but hey, they at least toppled over Stalwart Esports, and now they have a nice cushion, and they are in the hashtag 1 spot. And for Stalwart Esports to get back them, and for Stalwart Esports to get that first spot back, it's gonna be so tough, because this week 2, Seal has been the most consistent team so far.
I mean, Seal have been pretty consistent. That's why they're sitting on the 1st. But, I mean, again, there's a lot of stuff that we need to discuss.
Exactly. There's a lot of stuff that we need to discuss. But after this break, we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. We are currently in the day 3 of week 2, or currently not anymore, because the day 3 has came to an end. We're currently just going to be in the after show of the entire day. Now, today's day, you said it has been weird, but I personally am loving this day. I'm not going to lie. It has been an astonishing day. I had a talk about this with Ocean too. Some of the teams that we didn't really expect to pop off, right? Especially Savage 2 showing themselves up. And then ElementriX, me and Ocean, right before the game of Sanhok, we were having a brief discussion about ElementriX. And right after that discussion, in the Sanhok game, they just win that chicken dinner. And we were talking about how important this chicken dinner could be. And, well, that was an instrumental one as well. I mean, that did not really boost them up in the positioning. They're still in the 12th spot, but that at least helped them close out the distance in the 11th spot.
I mean, so a few things. As you mentioned, I mean, today has been weird, but even I love the matches today because, I mean, it looked like there was an opportunity for the other teams just because of how the zones were moving inside the matches. There was an opportunity for the other teams to punish the mistakes of the biggest names in the lobby. And along with that, before we went on to break, Necro, you mentioned like week 2 was always about the comebacks, and I think ElementriX along with TRZ are the perfect examples of that, because TRZ, their start to this week was pretty fresh. ElementriX was struggling, not even able to break it into the top 12. They did that today. I mean, they've secured their second $2,000, and I think it's going to be quite impressive to watch them play again in the 3rd week. But the MVP is on our screen right now. It's going to be Snipe YT from the side of JyanMaara. 5 eliminations, but 902 damage dished out.
902 damage dished out. You talked about it with 4 knockouts to follow it up, and then 5 eliminations to as well back it down. And 24-12 survival time. SnapYT, we did see this man kind of play quite safe in that previous game, and then he was able to rack up a lot of limbs. The circle was one of those packs that threw every single player off the guard. It moved out in the open, also kind of like divided equally between the river. And a couple of teams were stuck. For example, Seal in the end, he also made a little bit of friendship with the players of Vibes. So that's something that we need to talk about later on. But the top players are in front of us, and we did see Volley too getting a nice record for himself. If I'm not wrong, it was 75 eliminations on his name. Legend right there is going to be there from the side of TDK, one of the teams that won the previous game. Assassin from the side of High Voltage, topped right there too. Has been a phenomenal final game, and this is something that I really wanted, but a slow ending.
Well, yeah, it was a slow game in its entirety. I mean, the mid game there was a little bit of aggression when the teams were struggling to decide where exactly they wanted to be, on the main island or on the northern side. Apart from that, I think it was kind of like a very steady-paced matchup. There wasn't like this sudden increase in the speed at which the teams were fighting. So I think that's the reason we didn't really feel the pop-off of majority of these teams. But look at that, Seal Esports again. So that 18-minute survival time is due to the fact that majority of the players were picked up early in the match. It was just that last individual surviving till the late game stages. And T2K on the other side, starting off from Severny, this was supposed to be their game, and they made sure that that is what happened. Quite a nice finish, did not overcommit to any position, played extremely cautiously and carefully, and this is the result that they have to deliver with. $1,000, the chicken dinner, 15 points, and 8 elimination points.
Exactly. Seal are currently the burning torch of consistency, and it's going to be tough for a team like Seal, for a team, anyone that is right underneath them, to try and rule them out so far, because Stalwart Esports, I'm pretty sure in the week 3, they will try and retaliate back, but if Seal keeps on playing with the consistency they have been playing in week 2, it's going to be really hard to bring a team like Seal right down, unless Stalwart Esports just pull off some insane plays and numbers, and then maybe Seal will have a little bit of paranoia and a little bit of fear from the side of Stalwart. Take a look at Matt's summary. Volley, of course, with the highest elimination. SnapYT with the highest damage to back it up, 902.
Well, that was just an impressive run from all these lads. SnapYT, I mean, even in the MVP, we saw him, and he's going to be followed up by the lads from Seal Esports and Stalwart Esports. Wally top being their legend from T2K with 632 damage is going to be making the list as well of highest damage. But again, kind of split between Seal Esports and Stalwart Esports, the entire match summary. But finally, we have the match rankings in front of us. And 23 points to Team T2K. Then we have Seal Esports, who, well, with a miracle managed to make it to the top 2, 21 points being secured. JyanMaara is going to be there with 13 points. So there's the massive drop that was supposed to happen. And after that, the teams, well, everyone else was quite close to each other because it was a very chaotic mid-game stage.
Yeah, Deadeyes Guys and Savage, one of the games that was really just not written in their destiny to try and even get a decent one. Unfortunate ending for them in the week 2 of and the day 3, but it's okay. As we mentioned, there is still one more week to go, and I'm pretty sure these teams are going to be able to make it in Super Weekend, and we're probably going to be watching them. Savage is one of those teams that I'm going to be having high hopes from. I mean, they were able to deliver in week 2, but I want to see the performance even amped up, and I want to see some inside strats now. I want to see some master cards pulled out.
I mean, it's not just you, it's me as well. I mean, going into the final week, you expect the team to give a glimpse of what they have prepared for the finals. Because, you know, for the finals, everyone is going to come with a fresh set of strategies. And it can be as small as just changing the guy who's going to be scouting for the team. Because that can, in fact, put a major impact on who your scouting player is. Example of this game, we saw from Stalwart Esports Pika being the one this time leading the charge for the team from the front line. That reduced the pace in which the team likes to run into those squad fights. But usually, as a fact, Stalwart Esports, they like to rotate together. Why? Because they like to push forward for those 4v4s whenever they get an opportunity. This time, I think just trying for a different approach as well was quite interesting. But we're going to witness more of that happen, not just from them, but from the other squads as well during the final week. But for now, I guess we do have the team part to zone for the winning team that was trained to kill. And again, as we mentioned, starting from Severny, they did not have to move around quite a lot in this match.
It should be called Team Path to Victory of TDK. Because they had quite a banger of victory too. As you can see,
Yeah.
they were just traversing around the bridge lines, right? They knew that compound hold right there was a prime spot for them. Then they were just waiting for the next circle. Okay, they find out the next circle is gracing them too. If they wanted, they could have went for the repositioning, but they didn't really do so because they realized the front lines is pretty much going to be the open grounds, and for them to even reposition at this point or even think of it, it's going to be a rookie move. So they just keep on sticking to the ground they had. They had a little bit of 2-2 split, we did see in the end, and they just keep on playing the way they're playing currently. And again, in the end, the stars were aligned for this team, and they just won that game. The final circle shifts on top of them. We did see Stalwart Esports, one of the players was in the back who was causing a bit of problem, and this was the 2-2 split I was talking about.
Well, I mean, that 2-2 split was... it was very calculated from their side because they knew there weren't a lot of players surviving in the game. And I think the best shift of the circle was this third, fourth shift that moved completely. The game shifted completely towards that bridge fight. And that was very entertaining because you did not have a lot of cover. If you failed to show up with the vehicles, well, good luck surviving with nothing to block the shots that are headed in your direction. The best thing you can do is just pop a smoke and just try and move around so that no spray consistently is upon you. But even that way, you won't be able to make it past, I think, just 1 or 2 minutes. So I think that is the thing that I think the teams were worried about quite a lot inside of this match. But again, moving towards the Oppo F21 Pro moments of the game, you're going to notice something very nice. No aggression in the early stages. I think we saw JyanMaara lose this one play, and then the next fight was like very late in the game. It was just individual pickups during the mid-game stages, mid-rotation. Apart from that, it was all about the late-game action.
Indeed, it was all about the late-game action. Seal 2 right here, we did see getting rid of Mafia Ninja. You talked about a lot of fights over here we're probably going to be seeing on the replay that we did not even notice on the main feed because it's just so many fights just broke out right at the same time, and it's really hard to cover each and every single fight right here. Top just paying a little bit of respect to the player of Savage. You realize, all right, sorry, man, had to do it.
I mean, you just had to. No other option right there. But during the mid-game stages, I think this is where we noticed the most chaos, like between the 17-minute to the 22-minute, 21-minute marker, because after that, it was just the closing moments of the game where it was up to T2K with how they wanted to control their aggression. The other teams, I think T2K, they could have picked up a lot more elimination points in this game, but they just prioritized their safety and their survival, which is a good thing, but I think after Dax was gone, there was no one left to stop T2K, and after that point, they should have just gone ham on every single team that was just trying to survive inside the river or on the other side of the shoreline. So just a few extra points missed out on, but as far as the gameplay, the game plan was considered from the side of T2K, they just played a perfect game for the situation they were dealt.
Indeed. Now let's take a look at the damage graph and let's find out which of the two teams that are quite close. I know Seal and T2K. Considering the fact that Seal was actually playing inside the water in the final couple of zones and then still able to kind of topple T2K over in a bit of points, that's quite impressive. They were playing from right underneath the bridge. That means they didn't really have a lot of fights to try and take around with, but they still were able to inflict a lot of damage on the lobby. Vibes right there is going to be on the third spot with 2 elimination points for themselves and 596 damage dealt. JyanMaara there too on the fourth spot with 5 and 1020. Taking a look at the overall rankings, of course, Seal is going to be there on the top with a huge cushion to play around with. Stalwart Esports now, something that needs to be worried about is that IHC too, they're closing in.
I mean, IHC, they are closing in, but again, just little by little, I think IHC, this could have been their opportunity considering Stalwart Esports were not sort of meant to have a fun time in this match. The circle was very far away from their drop location. IHC could have capitalized on this match a little bit better because I expected them to be second when this game was done and dusted, but that's not the case. But Train to Kill, I think, are going to be pretty happy with the fact that they have managed to finally get themselves inside not just of the top 5 but in the top 5 with a little bit of a difference between them and Deadeyes Guys. And Deadeyes Guys, I mean, they are just going to be waiting for the next week to begin so that they can try and see if they can secure the 4th position again from Vibes.
Yeah, again, something that is really going to be tough. Skylightz Gaming, though, it's like they're just pinned down on that 9th spot. They're neither going down, neither going up. They're just sticking to that 9th spot. Talk about consistency, man. Skylightz Gaming, they're like a burning torch. But yeah, jokes aside, overall rankings, the latter half of the board, Raw as well is right there on the 11th spot for them. They're also not leaving that spot right there. And just look at that, 2 points different, or 3 points different from between ElementriX and Raw.
Yeah.
That's quite close. And look at
But-
JyanMaara. They have a lot of points to cover now.
I mean, JyanMaara have caught up, but did you notice high voltage finally at the end of the week do figure out a way to be in the top 16. I'm quite upset with TRZ because I expected them to do a lot better today. Wasn't really the case. The first game going quite decent, then there was a fall off during the middle of the day like always with TRZ. Alright, so to be fair, it's kind of a 50-50 with TRZ. They are in the top 15. I expected them to be 14, but it's fine. Venom Legends, I mean, at 122 are going to be happy. But hey, today's day was not dominated by the Mongolian Titans. In fact, it was a day where you need to be trained to kill to survive, and that is exactly why T2K is the team who have written their name all over Super Week 2 Day 3.
Wow. I mean, finally we're seeing a bit of variety, huh?
Yeah.
In the day dominations, and TDK is saving the days for us too. And they're showing themselves up in one of those teams, right, that started off pretty slow, and now in the week 2 they just got a rocket start for themselves. In week 3, maybe potentially they will try and dial things down. Don't exactly know how things are going to be working there for them. But hey, moving on in though, I'm pretty sure there's quite a lot of teams, and on the latter half you talked about high voltage. Day 3 was a pretty good day for them.
Well, let's see. We do have some special stats in front of us. I mean, the player stats, in fact.
Interesting.
Oh, this is quite nice. I mean, look at the graphics. The scrolls dropping down. This is epic, man. I mean, first of all, it's an entire Colosseum. Next thing, I mean, everyone, we've been talking about how these players, when they're inside the game, it's kind of a feeling of being a gladiator. And, well, this is like a perfect example of that. And there's action. 77, the next is 81. So, like,
all the way on the top.
Not a big difference.
The cream of the crop all the way in the top. This is the king of the hilltop.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice rhyme right there. Let's take a look at the day summary, though, and check out how things really looked like in that day 3 of the week 2. As the first chicken dinner was taken by Vibe, second one 20 kill, third one by Savage, fourth one by ElementriX, and then fifth one again by TDK. Consistency was there from the side of TDK, and that's why they were able to dominate the entire day.
I mean, 2 chicken dinners in the entire day, and both of them quite decent. One with 11 elimination points, the next one with 8 eliminations point. Although ElementriX were the teams who set the benchmark for the day with the 16 elimination chicken dinner on Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. And I think, again, ElementriX, I expected them to actually pop off during the last week, but hey, it's better to get started early, right? To be fair, I mean, ElementriX, we've had this conversation when we started with this PMPL that they would take their sweet time to adjust to the pressure, to the speed of the lobby. And I think now finally ElementriX, they have figured out exactly what they need to do to fight the rest of the competition. But hey, Super Weekend summary, and Necro, as you said, the flow of the Mongolian domination has finally been disrupted, and it is Train to Kill, the team that is causing this disruption, because the last week, all 3 days of the Super Weekend were dominated by the 3 Mongolian Titans. Day 1 was Stalwart Esports, Day 2 was Seal, and then Day 3 was IHC, if I remember the order. This week, Day 1 went for IHC Esports, Day 2 was Seal Esports, and when we expected Stalwart Esports to keep the flow going, T2K show up out of nowhere and steal it away from them.
Man, talk about stealing it away. Yeah, it's just said it has been disrupted. It has been put a full stop to it. I'm pretty sure Mongolians are not going to be happy after that one. They would want that week 3 just completely on their name, completely, including the league play too. So they have called out the Mongolians, and now they're going to be coming back even with more firepower. How are the South Asians? They're going to try and retaliate back. Well, we'll be able to find that only on the week 3 of the PMPL South Asia 2022, because the week 2 has been a phenomenal and astonishing week 2. As I talk about the week of comebacks, Johnny, what were your thoughts on the week 2?
I mean, week 2 has been very interesting. I mean, the first 2 days, not so much, but this last day in particular, I mean, especially because of how the zones were moving around the entire day, was very fun and exciting to watch. And as I mentioned earlier, also the fact that the teams on this latter half of the leaderboard outside the top 5 did a phenomenal job today. I think that's the thing that made me the happiest. Just watching the teams who were struggling yesterday and in the first week just go for massive chicken dinners for themselves, especially watching TRZ also sort of standing up to the challenges that were in front of them and just securing those points one way or the other was another exciting thing to watch. Hopefully, the same excitement carries forward to the next week.
Well, we'll be only able to find out that in the week two if the same excitement is going to be carried on forward. Before now, it's our time to try and conclude the week two. It has been an astonishing and a phenomenal week two of comebacks. That's going to be it from my side and Johnny's side. We'll be seeing you guys in week three.